Hello. Hey. Welcome. How you doing? Look at that. I'm 2D. Nexus. Wow. Nexus.
Hello Rhinai, hello.
Hello, Rhinai. Oh, Rhinai. Hi. Thank you, Nexus. Oh my god. Thank you. It's the Stinky Dog. Hello. I'm playing Counter-Strike. I know I'm supposed to play Outlast. There's a few things happening. I kind of want to mention a little bit. One, I'm sorry to say this, but I'm not feeling too good. If you saw what happened yesterday on my Discord channel, yeah, that being one thing, my suit's antlers actually got snapped by my nephew. Oh, it's the most painful thing ever. Like I got home from work and the first thing I saw is my nephew in my room. Yes, and that is already baffling enough. He was sitting on my bed. Okay. He has his hand on my antlers. Oh no. oh no. And yeah, he snapped it right in front of my face. that is very horrible. Yes, see, that's the thing. I know it might not sound like a big deal, but to me it is a huge deal because it's a suit that I own for a literal decade. I've been protecting it, I've been taking care of it just for a decade. Yeah. And I cannot believe it. I just cannot believe my nephew just did that. So yeah, that caused a bit of a trouble, and by trouble I mean I sank into depression well, and it's like, yeah, I was not feeling good yesterday. I was in a dark place, and it doesn't help then my parents are in hospital. My dad is in hospital, but at least that's the good news is that this morning all the results came in and it's like all pretty good. So at least blessings, at least that's a bless. Did I snap it intentionally? Yes, because that thing is tough. You cannot just snap it accidentally. That thing is tough. Also, thanks for the pets. Yeah, I'm calming down a little bit. Last night I didn't say shit. I didn't say any bad things because I know words hurt. I know words hurts more, especially on a kid like that. Very impressionable. I don't want to say anything bad. Why would they do that? I don't know. Last night anger I felt both anger and sadness and depression. I just getting overwhelmed by emotions yesterday. Once I saw that happen, he's 5. I just wanted to punch him, like really just a good right hook. I know that doesn't sound good. Violence is not always the thing. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know how he got into my room, and there was no one home somehow. He's alone at home somehow. I was working, and somehow he's alone. Somehow his mom got out. I should have yelled at him, not that he'll listen. I seriously wanted to be, because I got overwhelmed by emotions, but one silver lining, at least he was honest about it. Like, I just want a kid to be honest, and even though I looked at him, I saw him did it. He did not did not see that I was looking at him. Even though I was there so big, but he was so entranced in trying to snap that thing. He was really going in too. He was really going in. But after that, I just looked at his eyes and I asked, "Did you do that?" he wanted to he wanted to just say no, you know. He was so inclined to just say no and just shake his head. But I was really pissed. I think I had my fist up. I think, which is again not good, alright? That's bad on my part. I admit. Violence is not always the answer. I admit. Alright? That's bad on my part. And I'm sorry. Alright? But I was really overwhelmed by anger. I was really overwhelmed by emotions because that's the thing that I've been protecting for like 10 years. And suddenly just got snapped like that in front of my face. So I think that is slightly justifiable. Albeit still not the best solution, but still, you know, I did say bad on my part, okay? I know I take this very seriously, and yeah, just wanted to mention. But then I asked him the second time because I was like, I think I was really pissed. And not I think I'm sort of exuding some fucking I want to kill energy, I don't know. He was shivering. Then I saw he was shivering, and he eventually said yes, nodded. At least that calmed me down a little bit. He's willing to take like no take responsibility, you know. Although he's not doing any responsibility, I didn't do shit to him in the end. I just sort of just like I just very sternly looking at his eyes, holding his face, you know, like an idiot sandwich, if you will, and just tell him that do not do that ever again. If I see you do that again, I will throw you outside. I don't want to see you ever again. I say that right in front of her face. Sorry, his. I think he know. I think he knows now. So yeah, that really got me going, and gosh, that hurts me. Honestly, I don't know if I want to do this today, but I just want to be here. Albeit, I'm sorry for me venting all of a sudden. All right, this is probably not fun to look at, but still, I'm sorry. All right, this is not the usual stream thing. Although I noticed that I did vent quite a bit. That hurts when hearing about it. It does hurt. I feel that was so crushing. Hi, Evie. I don't know. I remember that I snapped something when I was like 5 years old. My parents have fucking beat me up with a belt. The butt was hurt. Yeah, true. I mean, same. But I don't know why. I couldn't get myself to do it, honestly. Even though I say this now, even if I want to punch him, I feel like I cannot. I just cannot let myself do it. Even though I really want to. You know that feeling? I really want to punch him, but at the same time I cannot let myself do it. That kind of feeling. It's weird. But yeah, I mean, honestly, I got beat up pretty bad when I was a kid. Basically got abused by everyone because I'm the youngest in the family, and everything I do wrong or I didn't do will be directed towards me, and I took all the beatings. Yeah, maybe that's how I got like good. Maybe that's how I'm so persistent. You know, because during kids year, I'm pretty sure I'm the one that just keeps getting hit by me. Mom and dad fucking hated me. Despise me even. Every time they see me, they just want to beat me up. There were a few months I remember very, very clearly that every time they got home, I'm just the venting organism. Can I say that? A venting organism, and I got abused pretty bad. You know? But I couldn't do shit because I'm the youngest in the family, and I have 4 sisters that actually just they are good now. Some of them. I still love my family now, right? Because they changed, right? They see that I don't do any bad, and apparently the one that do bad is the second one. So I'm just saying, yeah. They know now. You know, I don't blame them for being with for doing stuff like that to me. You know, before this gets too depressing, I'm just gonna play some Counter-Strike at the same time talk about this. So at least there'll be some form of distraction. I won't be so sorry to my nephews because I have a nephew as well, and if he's doing something bad, actually, yeah, but sometimes I need to punish a bit harder. Yeah, honestly, I agree with that. I do. It's me, you're gonna do your thing. I respect that. Yeah, I totally respect that. I'm the only in the family that is like being stern with him because he's the nephew, my parents' grandson. Everyone loves him. Not me. I inherently don't like kids, to be honest. I don't like kids, but that doesn't mean I want to punch them all the time, right? No. That would be rude. That would be rude. That would be bad. That would be not good. All right, that would be not good. Not good. Can I do like full screen? Full screen. What? Why is full screen only this? Oh, this full screen is crap ass. No. Thanks for the headpants though, I really appreciate it. Oh my god, it's so laggy. Hi, engaging comic. I don't know how to make game look a little less laggy because my PC is actually dying. I think it's fine. I mean, at least the gameplay looks fine, I think. So I've been playing a little bit. Even last time I tried to distract myself playing this with my friends. I didn't feel it. I didn't feel it. I was playing competitive too. I feel like competitive is more fun because there's less players. There's only 10 per room, 5 per team, 2 teams, and there has like fucking team collisions and shit. Pew 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 game, hi Rita. Speaking positively, I think it could be fixed. Hopefully. Yeah, Rita, do you play this? I know you play pew pew game. I know you fucking love pew pew game. You want to see how terrible I... No? Really? I thought you played this. Okay, let's play competitive. I like competitive. Actually, why not just play all the maps? You played it? Yeah, I assume so. I assume so. Everyone hated CS2. I don't know why I like it. I don't know why I'm so addicted to this game. I don't know. I really don't know. Like, I want to say that I hate this game, but I don't. You see, in general, I guess that seems like a very common standpoint. Yeah, that seems like a very common standpoint. I don't know why I love this game so much. I seriously don't. Like, there was one time my mid-school friend just asked, like, hey, 你要玩 CSGO 吗? It's like, you want to play CS? You want to play CSGO together? It's like, I don't play the game, but I guess I can try. And I tried it. I tried it. And I immediately got hooked to it. Because it's fun. I don't know why. Go play Skyrim. I mean, Moller Skyrim. Look, Shredder, I played Skyrim for 300 hours. Okay? 300 hours. And it's modded. And I cannot stream this anymore because it's modded. For obvious reasons. Alright, for obvious reasons, I cannot stream it anymore. I used to stream it a little bit, but until I found mods, then this game is utterly unstreamable anymore. That doesn't mean I stopped others from playing it. Fair. I think the only PvP games I play are World of Tanks and Sea of Thieves. Oh, yeah, mods. Everyone knows at that point, alright? Everyone knows at that point. Very neutral towards CFs. Fair? That's fair. Yeah, the thing is addictive. I like it. Skyrim mods, by the way. You want to know what mods I like the most? If you see me on Brain Rot Sim, that's World of Tanks. Okay. Brain Rot Sim. Because the players there make my brain rot. It doesn't seem like a fast-paced game. Is it just me? Looks like a slow-paced game. Like it kind of like a slow-paced. It is not fast. Okay. It looks like it needs a lot of strategy and targeting and just moving slowly through. Yeah. You see them do dumb shit and die slow. Oh no! That's sad. Die slowly. Oh shit! Alright. I got like 5,000 hours of Skyrim. I think I played Skyrim. Yeah. I think you played Skyrim. Modded, am I right? Yeah. Hey, modded Skyrim is great, okay? It's like a game that's so old, but the mod just keeps the game going. Also, you guys know what my favorite gun is? What is this map? I never played this one before. Fuck. Okay, I'm dead. Guys, I never played this map before. I'm dead. Guys, I'm dead. Sometimes the dumb shit affects you, so I suffer from it. It's the only game that I get extremely tilted on. Oh god. I don't know if I'll get tilted on this. At least this is a distraction that I enjoy currently. Guys, do you know what my favorite gun is? Nigiv. I found out how to change guns. Why do we have female? Cool. Like, oh no, we have some. Oh, we are talking. All right, sure. What did they say? I didn't. Where did they come from? Where did they go? Where did it come from? Cotton Eye Joe. You know, when I have like dual Beretta, I just like run around. Coming. I need beef?
牛逼！
Newbie.
闭小闭小。
Where am I going?
家人们，3打1，冲他呀！别怕呀，一个。
冲他呀！别怕呀，哥。
哦，不要一个拉，一起拉呀！我操，这样给他杀两个，你们一起拉的话，拉到死了呀！
I took the last hit. I'll take it. Hello there. I had a power outage during your stream today. Oh shit. Oh yeah, I saw you were playing Tarantula a bit, right? That's sad. Da 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 da. I don't care. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Woohoo! I was reloading. Da 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 da. Yikes. Oh. Woo, nice. I only ever had like 2 power outages in my life, and the third one had to be while I was streaming. Coincidence. Sometimes it's kind of scary. If I have a built-in censorship, all you hear is constant beep. I think the game that gets me tilted is Tekken. Yes, but that was back then. Now I don't really get tilted on games, kinda. A. Are they like a team or some shit? At least I finally fixed my audio issue, so that's good. Nice, good now. I haven't stopped by your stream though.
打呀！
打呀! Ooh.
刚才带去。
Damn, the Chinese are good. Negev, ta 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 ta. Negev again? Nah, I'll go with PP Bison. PP Bison. Possibly at A. I know how to use PP Bison. Hey, don't just get the shit out of me, fuck. It's so, this game is so scary, fuck. He's too, really? You saw him? I didn't even know. The time has been a bit terrible for your time zone so far, but I'm gonna try different time slots. I appreciate that. He was down below. I didn't even see him. Oh my god. How do you even know? That's scary. See, when I play this game, you guys are gonna you guys are gonna shout at me because I don't even know what I'm. Ah! Hey, you also have PP Bison? That's a good choice of a gun there. Whoa. I'm the only one that's dead. Yo! Oh my god. BP showed. BP showdown. Okay, you know what? No more BP showdown. It's time for Negev. Who needs BP showdown? We have Negev. I'm gonna go A again. Why not? It before, but yeah, PP only. What? I mean, if you stop by my birthday stream, I was very horny throughout the stream. Not gonna lie, like all the time. So I'm pretty sure PP will not get you banned. Don't worry about it. Where are they gonna come from? Oh, did they took the bomb? Shit.
B 小 B 小 B 小 B 小 B 小 B 小。哎呦！
What is B Xiao? I don't even know what they're saying. Gonna have to leave the stream early today. It's okay. It's okay, Nexu. I get it. I won't be streaming long today, to be honest, because I have a badminton session tonight. Hi, North Cals. In before beep 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 boop boop. I'm gonna buy everything right now.
打大狙。
我操！
我操 They got snipers. I didn't even. They are too good. They are too good. I didn't even do shit. I don't even need to do shit. I'm so happy. Big blue. Big blue, huh? Big blue? Oh yeah, fair warning. I have ads playing normally now. By normally I mean 55% revenue share. You know what I meant? What? I don't know what you mean, Bo. What you say, huh? What does that mean? I don't know. Oh, oh. There's 3 people there.
我操，B2楼！哎呀，
They're speaking too fast with too much Chinese accent. I don't know what they're saying. Fuck. How does this map work? Where's the bomb? Didn't the bomb fell down? Yikes. Yikes. Yikes, I was using sword. Knife. Avenge me! Avenge me! Avenge me! Ooh, thank you. Guys, I suck. I suck. I suck. They're gonna ban me because I suck. I'm not lying. Oh! Behind. Damn, I didn't even know.
是不是杰克驯法部？
Sukma? What does that mean? I don't know. Oh, this ad break. Yeah, ad's gonna play as usual now. Thanks for understanding. Guys, I didn't even do shit. Look at that. How do you get... Oh. Why is it so quiet? 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 Guys, I'm scared. Oh my god, I'm so scared. Help. Why is it so quiet? There's no sound. No gunfire. What the fuck? Oh, there's only one. Oh, there's 2 of them. That doesn't make sense. Are they AFK? It's so quiet. Why is it so quiet? Why is it so quiet? Uh oh.
闭下，哎呦，退了好像。
Guys, I didn't even watch the spicy box. What's a spicy box? Gun. More guns is good, right?
Deal.
I don't understand what you're saying. I'm going back to A.
Roger.
Shit. Where's the bomb?
Using the bomb.
I didn't even do anything. I feel like they're too good. I'm just getting carried like 200%. I'm not even doing anything. They're too good. I'm so happy. This is a really great first stage. Thank you, game. A good first session, if you will.
We aren't going on a windy walk here. Throwing grenade. Flashbang. Throwing flashbang.
Shit. No, I'm bad. See, I cannot. I cannot.
Flashbang out.
挂机的一个在睡觉。
I love how they're all Chinese. What's this gun? Oh, this is the close range one-shot gun, no? Oh. Oh. How do you know? No, holy shit, how do you know? That's amazing. the electric gun, holy shit. Dude, guys, they're too good, I'm telling you. I can buy everything and I still have a lot of money. Look at that. Guys, they're too good. How the fuck, guys? How the fuck?
Let's move out. Grenade out. Throwing fire. Flashbang.
Fire in the hole. Flashbang out.
Oh. No way. We got full score. We actually got full score. I got carried like crazy. I'm so sorry.
B-side. We are waiting. These are our messages. We're on the real man. Side B. Throwing flashbang.
Just
Flashbang out.
Oh shit.
二楼
超市口一个，超市口。高点。就个家里面挂机可能。
I don't know. I don't know what there was if I killed someone. Yay! I got carried like crazy. Look at damn. Oh my god, I didn't do shit. I literally did not do anything. Win 9 matches to display your skill group. What's a skill group? I don't display a skill group. I suck. The mercenary. That's how I use dual handgun. It's really good. Skill group is your rank. Fuck, my rank sucks. Please don't. Isn't this my rank? Isn't this like golden shiny thing my rank? I don't know. I like this game. Don't judge me. Like silver, gold, nova, all the way to global elite. Can I have like copper instead? No, that'll be good. Copper? Bronze? The thing that Kavala and the others post on FB. They're way too good. If I play with them, I'm just gonna die. What is this map? Novice Silver 1. How is silver lowest? This game's a lie. There's bronze, excuse me. People start with copper or bronze. Or even tin. Or even fucking, I don't know, metal? Aluminium foil? Why silver? Ah, rock. Yeah, see, there it is. Now we're talking. Rock good. Now we're talking. Now we're speaking Kobo language. Rock. Now I like that. Yes. Rock good. Is this me or is Dust 2 like the laggy place? Uh-oh, we have ice cream. To office. Uh-oh. Is that laggy? Is that office? That doesn't look like office. This looks like somewhere else. We got ice cream truck. Oh my god. Is it the same map as just now? Your head kinda hurts, oh god. I only slept for an hour and my feels all kinds of funny. Sleep more! Oh my god. Oh, it's the same map. Ta 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 ta. Now you fight the Chinese, probably. They're way too good. I'm pretty sure this is gonna deal more damage, right? The right click? Can I knife people to death? Is it even possible in this game? Considering how you get tapped. Yeah, okay. Shoot the range though. Oh, fair enough, fair enough. What the fuck? No, I don't have bomb. I'm going B. Okay, A it is. There's someone looking at the door. We got him. I'm trying to plant it, but I'm getting surrounded. I want to plant it. I'm the bomberman. Or, if you will, bomber woman. Haha. Oh, shit. Nah. Yo, let's go. I'm the MVP. Oh my god, I'm so good at this game. Yeah. Pop. PP John. Molotov. Where are you going? A? Another A? Okay. Why are you looking at the door like that? Let's go. Hey! I got above. Death from above. I got destroyed. Activating the boom. I think we're doing good, question mark? Why did...
We are the best. Come on, let's go.
Yikes. Yikes, I want to throw bomb. Uh-oh. Oh, we got destroyed. You have a nice AK, holy shit. No. Why are you throwing bombs? Can't you save it for the next round? Molotov. I like Molotov. Don't throw me the bomb again. I'll knife you. Thank you. Am I burning? No, right? Yikes. I can't see shit, buddy. I got the bomb, I got the bomb.
Stand.
Guys, they're too good. Shit. Oh no. I'm being terrible. Oh, they don't have the defuse kit. Ah, they have enough time. Guys, they're too good. Oh no. Oh no, they're too good. Nope. PP John. Yeah, I still like Pigeon. Also, did I just flash my teammate? I hope I didn't. I mean, I'm pretty sure I did, but still. Why did I get the bomb again? No, we're going B, we're going B, we're going B. Fuck off. Who got the bomb? Who got the bomb? Shut the fuck up. Oops, guess I know this time I'm not going B. Hi, Jane. Cooper. The bomb. The bomb has been the bomb. I'm camping. I'm camping. That's right. I'm not camping. Okay, I'm sorry. I guess
Too, bro.
I guess this.
Defuse, bro. Defuse.
Ow. Hope you're doing good, Jade. We're coming. Portable. Okay, so I'm going serious mode. Mark 10. When I use this gun, you know I'm being serious. I'm being super serious right now. Like, I win with this gun. They don't even stand a chance. Like, look at this shit. Why do you keep looking at the door? I don't think there's anyone. There is someone here. Okay. You're gonna flash it. Okay. But why? My eyes! My eyes! You're gonna... Everyone knows you're here. Oh boy, I really... Oh my god, they're all snipering. You hear how many snipers there are? I'm hearing like at least 2 snipers. Now I'm going mega serious mode. They don't even stand a chance at this point. This is my mega serious mode.
Guys, I tell you, we kill them all.
Hi, engaging comic. Oh, sorry, this is A. Yikes! 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 Nah, nah. Damn. He's all sniper. We're getting sniped to death. Pew! We need to go the unconventional way to deal with them. What is unconventional way in this map? I don't know this map enough to do that. Unconventional. This looks like a conventional way of doing it, isn't it? Do I fight sniper with sniper? I don't think so. How will I be able to do that? Oh, yikes, yikes. How are you so fast getting that? Oh, there's a ladder. We don't even stand a chance. Oh, someone left. They cannot handle the loss. Look, I already won like crazy just now. I don't even mind this loss, to be honest. It's great. It's not great, but it's something else. Doesn't disconnection like this just have penalty? Oh no, they just get it. They just get it like scot-free. Oh, I have the most money. Look at that. PP Bijon. I think Bijon called. Ooh. Ooh, hey, look at that. Oop. Oop. Oop, 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 oop. I learned this yesterday from my friend. Also, apparently if you keep crouching, it will just become super slow like this. They punish teabag, I think. You cannot teabag anymore. This is the speed of teabag. It's like, oh, my thighs, they hurt, they hurt. No, stop. Ugh. Why is it another 1 minute? Oh no, I just looked at it wrong. I'm sorry. I was like, why is it another 1 minute? Stinky. Stinky. Let me see if there's any like unconventional way of going. Wait, I have the bomb. Fuck. Who gave me the bomb? Excuse me, who fucking gave me the bomb?
I'm throwing a flashback.
I'm out in the open. Damn. Seen Dubai. Ah. Ah. It's okay, we got this. Look at this shit. I trust in my PPP Jong. It was a long one. That was a big one. Oh, what a piece of shit! You're just throwing bombs around. You fuck. Yeah, we don't need bombs anymore. Fuck that. Ooh. Oh. Guess they know that I'm here then. I mean, to be fair, I was being very obvious about it. What does that accomplish? Oh. Ooh, that was good. Ooh, that was nasty. I think they're too good. I think they might be a little too stonk, if I may say so myself. Yikes. Hot. Very hot. Very hot. Ooh. I actually got bombed to death from that road. It's a straight line, it's a free bomb, I guess. Ooh, that was good. Ooh. Ah. Yeah, snipers is a bit of a problem. Who's shooting that much? I love the footstep mechanics, to be honest. How do you know there's someone? I didn't even see them. I mean, to be fair, my perception is like absolutely horrendous, so... Ooh. They're so good, I got bombed to death and I'm just dead. It is time now, my brothers. You know what? You know what my problem is? I'm being too hasty about everything. Take it slow. We don't need to show my head. I don't need to show my head every time, isn't it? Don't you think so? Just slowly does it, right? Slowly does it. just like, yeah, take it slow. We don't need to throw bombs every time. Actually, bomb is well, I did it again. And then gonna head out now. Have a great stream. Okay, Nexus. Have a great day. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate you listening to me as well. Bye bye. Is it like a mini game or some shit? They would keep looking at that. Ooh, now we're playing the long game. Are you like trying to aim? Ooh, oh. Yeah, this is bad. I'm not doing anything. I have 11 deaths. 11 deaths. Okay, this is my strength. The first round is always where I shine because I love pistol rounds. I love using dog handgun, just like run around Rambo style, and just like shoot them everywhere. See? Double handgun is great, just spam them and move around because you can just still shoot quite okay-ish. Like your crosshair doesn't fly to the sky. I have a smoke grenade. What the fuck? B, I guess? We're gonna get surrounded. Oh! I have no health. Throwing smoke! Whoa, that was so good. Oh, that was so close. That was a good try. Surrender? I mean, they're almost winning anyway, so yeah, let them do the thing. Ah! I have no armor, this is bad. Just buy this one then. Let's have at it, mates. Do they throw that? Looks like it. No, Negev! Negev! Negev, why you failed me? I mean, I did. Oh shit! At least I killed someone. Negev. I like Negev. Sneaky beaky like. Well, what's with the fire? Yikes. Looks like there's a lot of people in A. Woohoo! Whoa. So nice is pretty good actually. I feel like I'm dragging my team down a lot. Ooh. 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 Yeah, I actually kind of feel bad for my team just because I don't know what I'm doing. I'm so sorry. Like even the previous round when I win, I actually didn't do anything. Oh yikes! What? Oh, there's someone downstairs. Okay, good.
Laying down smoke. Grenade. Throwing smoke. Grenade out.
Yikes! Why is it that when I want to throw bombs, people show up every time? I just want to throw bombs at people. I want to throw bombs and go burn, burn. Yeah, see? It's the same. Same. The timing is so sad. Whenever we try to throw bombs, we just got shot. Uh-oh. Molotov. Molotov. Whoa. Uh-oh. Someone... They got flashed. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh, ooh. Ring around the rosy? Merry-go-round? Hey, good try. I respect that. You know what? I would do the same thing. I totally would. I would just try to knife them on that one. You know the ring of the rosy? Yeah, it's a really good chance to use knife there. I love the knife attempt. It's kind of funny. Oh shit. I should do some knife attempts, honestly. Let's pay more. Honestly, I was thinking between Minecraft or this. But I just feel like Minecraft's especially I want to play Minecraft. I kinda want to play this for a little bit. Don't know why. Although, yes, Minecraft has dragons, it's great, but no buts. I don't know what my reasoning behind this is. Although, yeah, about Outlast, I miscalculated my money. So apparently my bank account doesn't have enough money to buy Outlast, but I'm okay, right? I just didn't have the just forgot to how to deposit the money into my bank account so that I can buy Outlast. So that's why I didn't play Outlast today. But yes, I totally remember the thing, you know, the thing. I totally remember the goal met. And also the head raffle. Art will be back on Monday. Finally, Art Monday is back. I'll do head sculpture for Brain. Although Brain's a sneak. Isn't it gonna be like a strangely phallic shape? What is vertical? It's all the new maps today. It's the maps that I never played before.
Let's roll.
Whoa. I don't know anything about this map. I think I'm dead. Oh boy, oh boy. Ugh.
Guys, I tell you, we kill them all.
I don't know. Do double handgun. They bought armor, and then I didn't buy armor. I just sort of go with the double handgun. AB is here, no? Is there someone?
Guys out. Activating the bomb. Bomb has been planted.
Let's go.
You will all die. We will make them regret today. Smoke. I'm planted. Flashbang. Bomb has been planted.
Oh shit. Oh, they already left. That was quick. See, I just feel like people can leave scot-free. Can you unpause? That would be cool. Ding 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 ding. F is to look at my gun, right? Look at this PP Biton. Look at that PP Biton. Is this a good gun? This is also a good gun. Ding ding. Look at that. That's a good Biton, and this is a really good normal knife. Look at that. Wonderful. This bomb? This flashbang? Look at that. It has holes in it. You know what holes are for? I don't know. Molotov? Look at that. I can drink this. Actually, don't. Can I drink that? Isn't Molotov made of alcohol? Is it? Is alcohol Molotov alcohol? I don't know, but I'm.
啊，你是外国人吗？
大哥，你他妈是用这种说人家外国人 ？Hello，
Hello.
Hello.
Where are you from? Where are you from? Orange.
Let me tell them. I don't want to speak in I don't want to speak. I just tell them from Malaysia, that's it.
Can you speak Chinese?
Throwing a flashbang.
下面是喷的。
Why shotgun good at long range? I don't think shotgun is good at long range. I don't. I sincerely don't. Shotgun is shit at long range.
Orange speak Chinese.
Speak Chinese. I'm not gonna. You guys speak Chinese. I'll listen to y'all. Noodles. Noodles. That's perfect. Perfect Chinese noodles. Yes, we all eat noodles. All Chinese eats noodles because they are great. And don't forget buns. Remember, buns are great. Aye. Oh shit, they're good.
3个，我操！
Can I type Chinese in this game? Is it possible to type Chinese in this game?
Team fall back. Team fall back.
一次玩这个 map。还挺正。
啊，你
会打这个图，他第一次玩这个图，我也不会打。
我也第一次玩这个图。
一般都是玩老三张是吧？咱们。
They seem pretty understanding. How do you use sliders in this game?
别录声音了。给压。
Team fallback. They recall when we used to play this game together. Yeah, we played Counter-Strike 1.6, right? I'm pretty sure we played Counter-Strike 1.6, but those were like the LAN games. Very chill background music for an intense game. Well, yeah, to fight my depression currently. Fucking snap my antlers. 乐乐啊，妈的，进我房间了，把那个狗给我咬断了。我昨晚真的是要一拳猫它了，你知道吗？那你没有看那个 Discord 图片 ？I don't know if I can fix it. This is the tragedy. See, this one is broken here. I cannot really put it back because there's like aluminum foil in the middle. So I don't know if I can fix it or not. Why shotgun good? I don't know. Is shotgun good? You know what's good? Negev. Negev's good. Woohoo! Ring around the rosy. Hey, let's go. Email to make it for advice if that's
Good,
possible.
good.
Maybe they know how to fix it. Probably, possibly.
地面上扔了一把 AK。
我捡。
铁呀，
嗯，
近点，我操！
I can't see shit. You okay? Stop saying shotgun is strong. You could try.
I don't know, Blue。你说的什么？
I don't know English. Sorry. Sorry.
还是你的标准啊！
说的啥呀？就是不会比就完事儿了呗。
Do I use push to talk with them? I mean, they look like they need communication. I could do that. That's the thing. Walao,
我操，这他妈有一个！
What is push to talk?
我都没加完。
Use my mouse for. G?
What？
听到吗？听到吗？
听得到。他妈又一个老逼，这咋的？几个国人啊？这是？
我马来西亚人啊。
马来西亚的。
眼里有，
走了，跑了他。
眼里有。
跑了。
马来西亚牛啊，the simulation is good. Hey, I appreciate that.
上去，加我上一下，蹲下去，上一下。
点在底下。
下面。大脚步直接走了，就他一个。右边。Good。
I love how they're speaking Chinese and my Chinese is like absolutely broken. Hey, I tried. 쏴요, 쏴요. See, I do emotional support. 쏴요.
친데.
That's a little bit many. That was good. Why did I get the bomb always? I mean, they always throw away the bomb. I don't know why. Damn, I didn't see shit. Getting flashed. I got flashed. Who? What?
上面架狙的那个上面，还点我爆爆。点左边那个。
Leon just booing me. They don't bon armor.
了。
Whoa. Oh, Chimera Nova? Oh, Chimera Nova does good art. Probably the newest Valstrax one or the Valthrax. Oh shit. Ah crap. The Valthrax or what is it again? The newest one? I remember the Valthrax one, but oh, Mizu in the soap bubble shop, and Valthrax is doing like hobby shop or something. It's kinda cute. Ooh, nice. I should probably start with MP9. That seems like a yeah. This gun. This guy is pretty good. I like it.
Summer. Summer.
Yo. Ooh.
Oh no, Simon.
Yeah, save the gun. I can respect that. Yeah, let's start with MP9 first. So that I don't need to rely on handguns because they tend to shoot kind of slow in turn. Well, slower than machine guns, that is. Oh my god, they're way too good. I didn't even shoot them. Ooh. They're suddenly so good. I don't even have money to buy the bomb anymore. Why is that place like a hotspot? People seems to go there a lot.
This isn't the killing house anymore. This is real life.
Yikes. Ooh, did I not shoot them at all? Oh, nice. Just fucking negative, I guess. just negative my way out. It seems like there's like a hotspot. Just stop there, you know. Just fight there. It's all good. Wow. Damn, P90. Sorry. 我直接上技能。I accidentally killed my teammate. Now I feel bad. I straight out headshot them. Now I feel bad. Fuck. Did you just give me a flashbang? Thanks. Yikes. Very fiery. Yeah, let's not rush in like that. Damn.
Got it.
你是我的爱。Ooh. 卧底，你是卧底。I really don't. It's the first time I feel like I don't know what to do. Like it's the first time I don't know what gun to buy.
Okay.
我不用 AK 太跳了，
OK，
不好意思啊。
没事没事，你中文很好呀，哥们儿。
哇，谢谢谢谢。
A 进了 A 进。什么？二有一个。没上。
Oh. I was trying to bait them, but I diffused for too long. You're making friends in game. I mean, they don't understand they don't understand English, so I have to like speak to them in Chinese. But I cannot really type Chinese, so that's a bit of a problem. I mean, I can type Chinese, but I'm very slow about it. Or let's just say that speaking, like typing Chinese is really hard. Oh, I really cannot just change the knife like that. Prefer to type in EN way faster. Exactly. Because you need you don't need to type a string of English letter that forms a Chinese word, and needing to find the right English find the right Chinese word. Ooh. Well, yeah, speaking Mandarin is way easier than just typing a string of words. Like, honest. What's drop mean? Hi, Toki. How are you? Still trying to fight through my depression, but all good. Shit. Shit. Why do I keep getting flashed? Are you enjoying or not CS2? I am enjoying CS2 a lot. I like it. Just fly out, baby. They have the sniper. It's kinda hot. Oh, ooh. I didn't like it, but I really hope they enjoyed it. I personally like it a lot, to be honest. I don't know why. A lot of people hate CS. Which is, to be fair, yes, I get it. I just don't know why I like it so much. CS is a good game, and I wish I could get back to it very soon. Yeah, no pressure, honestly. No pressure. Work now, enjoy game, feel better. Thank you, Tinte. Slowly does it. I would say slowly does it. 0 ringgit. Let's go.
Let's give it to them, boys. Smoke. Flashbang.
这个有这个有。
No. But CS2 have a lot of changes that I do not like at all. I heard that too, but I don't know what changes are there, to be honest. I mean, to be fair, I didn't play CS before, so I don't know what they changed. Right, competitive. If maybe and only maybe will like with viewers, including me with those viewers, please tell me I have CS to install, and I don't care if I don't like it. It's a game that I solely play for the reason I can play with you. I will enjoy and try to understand those changes. Huh. I mean, again, no pressure if you don't like the game. I would not want to play the game that I don't like, to be honest. So again, you don't. Yeah, I just kind of want to mention that no pressure, to be honest. The changes are all in server side and it feels weird, very weird. What kind of changes can you like? What kind of changes can you like maybe make an example, because I don't I guess I'm just very curious is all, to be honest. Extraordinary collectible. This patch commemorates loyal membership in the Counter-Strike Global Offensive community prior to the release of Counter-Strike 2. Legends never die. Has been a member of the Counter-Strike community for over 5 years, and a game that I never played for the last 4 years. Or even 10. This is the with the shop one, I think. Mirage? Yeah, Mirage. The principal change is that now most inputs have infinite polling, keyboard and mouse click. What's up? So sorry if I keep asking questions, but what's polling? Polling. But they left the movement part and it goes to 64 tick rate. That's very, very technical. Holy shit. Nigip, 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 nigif, 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 nigif. Negative. Hey yo. Ta 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 ta. Ta 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 ta. Polling rate and tick rate are the rates to which server processes information of the clients, the players. But polling is a constant flow of info, and tick is when the server select the most recent info. Oof. No, I'm going in Rambo style. Fuck this. Laying down smoke. Throwing a grenade. Laying down smoke. I'm gonna go subterfuge. And by that I mean I'm gonna get their ass. Look at this. I am now fucking. Hey, really? I don't see like that's a fuck. Doesn't look like A though? B? Asshat! How am I supposed to go to B? Fuck. I suck. More of the story, I suck. More of the story, I suck. I totally suck. I don't even know how this map works. What the fuck? I actually got scared. Ooh. So server side, client side, which means sometimes the movement is not accurate? Question mark? Or like sometimes when I look like I shot them but it didn't count? Sorry, I'm like really no idea like how that works. I'm so sorry. I really don't know. I have zero clue. Guys, I'm bad. CSGO felt perfect in that regard, but CS2, if you don't have less than 10 ping, then you're fucked. I don't feel too terrible, to be honest. My ping, how can I check my ping? 34 ping currently. Yeah, that's ping 34. I think 34 is okay-ish, question mark. I mean, to be fair, I don't really play games like this, so yeah, I cannot say for sure. I'm just gonna negative the way out, I guess. You have a good ping? Yeah, 34 is pretty good. As a Malaysian, I hardly see numbers like this, to be honest. Oh, yikes. Just hide for now. Thanks? Shit. Ooh. One on one. I'll be so pressured if I'm going. Whoa! Ooh. Damn, that was beautiful.
Come on, chop, chop. Laying down smoke. Smoke. Grenade out. Deploying flashbang. Incendiary out.
Looks like they're at B. See the bomb? Yeah. Oh, I got behind. Ooh, sniper. Sniper strong. Oh, fuck, I have no money. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, oh good. I have ads on.
Go, go, go.
You okay? That's fast. Ad break says here there's like 1 minute left. I'm surprised. Welcome back. Ugh, I shouldn't have just sit there. Didn't know it's a sniper.
Bomb has been planted.
Cheater A B. A B Lamau. If it's A or is it B? I don't know. Dude, they got like headshot every shot. It's kinda scary. Although I have to say those are some good shots. I have no money to buy guns, insane. Now, would you like some recommendations? I was Silver 3, so I'm not that good, but they took CSGO very seriously. I guess? But I feel like... Yeah, sure, hit me. Even though I feel like, you know, people have different ways of playing it. But hey, any tips and tricks, I would love to hear that. What? Oh shit, they know where I am. Avoid negating the Berettas unless you are in a situation that you know you will need them. Both if you have good communication with the team. No, I just like Negev. Although to be fair, Negev feels like my kind of playstyle. It feels like just go in there, yeah, shoot. I like that. Run the minimum amount, only the necessary. Avoid noises, huh? Well, I've been doing that. Uh-oh. He just looked at it. Oh! Shawty at point blank doesn't kill. That's kind of scary. Who? Someone gave up. I don't have PP Bison here. I've been using it quite a bit because I don't have the money, so I cannot buy PP Bison. PP Pigeon. The PP Pigeon. I like guns with big bullet number. Negev has like the most. And there is also like what M something, M number. There's like 100 bullets, but the gun flies when I shoot. Like literally flies. I was looking at the sky when I'm holding down the button. So I was like, that's a little sus. I'm not gonna use M whatever number. Is there a way to like don't pause the game? No, right? Oh, I'm not the shittiest. Someone is 100% headshot. 100%? I'm 0% headshot. Let's go. And I killed someone. Oh, someone with 0% headshot as well. Look at that. Our team is like the big bullet. The big bullet. I won't do that. I think it's headshot, but it's HS percent. It's impossible to have a 100% headshot. Well, one shot, one kill, I guess. What could it be if it's not headshot? Let's go, fellas. Let's go. CS:GO. CS2. Yikes. Weren't they at A? Oh, they're so fast, they're so fast. Health something? Probably? Nigip. Let's go, Nigip. 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 Let's have it, lads. Yikes. 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 Oh, it's a sniper. I feel like AK is way too hard to use. One bullet flies to the sky. One bullet flies to the sky. It's too like jumpy. It's too yumpy. If you surrender, no, I personally don't feel like surrendering. I don't like surrendering. That's not in my book. We're going in. Throwing smoke. throwing fire.
Throwing fire.
I was jumping! I was jumping! Okay, you know what? Maybe my jumping just have my head out or something? That was stupid. I deserve that shit. Oh, 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 hey! Sniper? Ooh, someone got the sniper skills. Wow. Oh, yikes. Is it possible? I heard footsteps jumping. You're being chased, I feel like? Yeah, save the gun, I can respect that. Or not! There goes the gun. Smoke! I'm buying smoke this time. Smoke!
What on?
Smoke!
Incendiary out. Throwing smoke.
What's a good place to stay in this place? I don't know. Okay, 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 okay. Okay, okay, you and your AK headshot. Okay, okay. You're good at the game. I get it. I get it. You're good at the game. That's why I never save. I guess some people like to save guns sometimes. Although I see a lot of people save guns on casual but not competitive play. Competitive play, people just go in. Like, they really just go in and then win. That sounds like decoy. Because the... Yeah, only sometimes, that's what I say.
Oh, it's too late.
Boop. Too close, too close. Too close. Hiya, MP9 了啦. P90, okay. Okay, I like the sound of P90. Okay, I like the sound of P90. Here we go. Flash beyond. This time? Fucking kill that guy. Changing stress, you little fuck. You like here? You like going here, Joshua? You like going here? I'm waiting for you this time. I'm camping you this time. That's right. You're scared? You're scared? You better be. I'm hiding this time. That's right, asshat. That's right. I was waiting for you. I win the game. I'll take it. I'll win the game. Fuck you. Yeah, that's right. P90 for the win, baby. I'm back. Welcome back, Shredder. I'm just camping bomb at this point because why not? Am I right or am I right? A goodie gamer, look. I can F-bomb all I want. Look, I swear a lot in my stream. It's totally fine. Don't worry about it. Oop, there's someone there. Nice. Yikes! Oh, I'm so good. What, you gonna bomb me for saying fuck? Really? Hey, P90. We go R. Rush R. Let's go, Rush R.
You will cry like babies before you die.
Yikes. Hey, I killed someone. OK， 啤酒蛇，来个啤酒蛇。
Fear us. This is what we have been working for.
Didn't you say rush A? I mean, although to be fair, that was like the round before. Are we surrendering? I don't like to surrender, honestly. Sorry, I don't like surrendering. It's just not my thing. Okay, I guess. Hey, I didn't surrender. I selected F2. Yeah, I just feel like surrendering is not my thing, to be honest. Hey, maybe I'm back with P90 because my gun when I play this game is like when I first play it's MP5 and then MP9 and then P90 and then Negev, Bison, and now I'm back to P90. I don't know. Gonna go. Wish I could AFK bring ghost viewer here like lurker. I mean, all good. But yeah, still, thanks. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Have a great day. Yeah, sometimes I can get quite persistent, huh? I don't think that's a good thing. Or at least I feel like that's not a good because sometimes being too persistent can be like a fool's errand, you know what I mean? Sometimes it can be a fool's errand, which can really cause some people to get mad when I really don't want to surrender. It happens a lot when I was playing Heroes of New Earth back then. It's like another MOBA game, like 5-on-5 top-down battlefield game. There was so many times where I just really don't want to surrender because I'm too damn persistent. or at this point stubborn. I just really don't like to surrender. It's not in my book to surrender. I hate it. Dust 2. This is like this people always play this map. Wee. Oh, sniper! Let's go, sniper! Ta 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 ta. Really like that map. I know how to play in it, but not know how to smoke that map. What is there like a actual like how to smoke thing? Don't you just throw the bomb and like hope for the best? You just throw the bomb and boom. I don't know. I didn't know it's like tactical use of anything, to be honest. Oh, no one's going A. Okay, I'm going A. Let's go. Just go in, guns a-blazing, because I don't care. I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win by doing that. Nah. You don't know where I am. Hello? Really? They're rushing B? Oh my god, I love them. Hey! Rush B, I can respect that so much. Rush B, yeah. Should I just rush B? I like the other team already. I'm gonna go in handgun the blazing still. Yeah, I also rush B 啦，嚟嚟嚟。 I like rush B. Move it, son. Hey. Don't koplo ah. Fire! It's okay. I can try to play the game my way. I really started taking the game very seriously. I cannot take this game seriously. Ooh. Nuh-uh, you cannot aim. Oh. There was someone else, there was someone else, there was someone else. Who shot? Hi, how you doing? Oh, above. Ooh, handgun. Handgun's the best gun. Alright. In comes Nikki. Nikki. Nikki.
Gear up.
We're going in. Nikki. Hiya! Hiya! Yeah, there's no need to enter. I'm policy. I'm camping. I'm camping bomb site B. There's no reason for me to rush in. I don't think anyone's here. Hey! I don't think anyone's here. Immediately got shot. Oh, my feelings. Ugh. My feelings have been hurt. Dude, this guy is good using Desert Eagle like this. That's amazing. Trying to snipe them. How do you even see people? Oh my god, what the fuck? How do you even see them? Oh, this person is too amazing. Hi, Tikaka. Oh, Tikaka. A fellow Bobo friend. Hi. Hello, welcome. Yeah. Amazing Bobo right here. Oh. Maybe? Oh, come on! Yo! Yo, this guy's good. This guy's fucking good. Alright, no more Ningyip. PP Bijong. It's time for some PP Bijong. Thanks, yeah. Let's go, fellas. I love how the other team just all anime girl. You see that? Also, I hope you're doing good, Tikaka. Hey, how are you doing? I have the PP Bijong. I'm rushing in! Yeah! Guns ablazing! Yeah, I'm changing side. I'm gonna go the long way and stab them where they don't even know where I came from. Because I'm a kobold. I'm a sneaky peeky. I'm cheeky, bricky, sneaky, peeky. Bruh, I suck. I suck. Nah. I'm using PP Bijong. Don't you even dare. Sneakiest Kobo. Oh my god, I killed someone! P Jong. Incendiary, high explosive. I like B. I mean, as a terrorist, I always go. Fire! Explosion! Eat! Huh! He! Yay! Someone shot me from my team? I feel betrayed, even though I did kill someone. The other The cutest way I ever heard someone say, I killed someone! Sorry, I'm playing Counter-Strike. I killed someone! It has to be said. Uh-oh, stinky. That was actually a pretty good play. Hell yeah, I'll take that. B. Hello, Smokey. Stinky. Fire! Who likes fire? I like bomb. Oh, we got rickrolled! Hi, how you doing? Hi, how you doing? Hi, how you doing? I aimed the wrong way. Don't panic! Oh, that was a good kill. Uh-oh. Please, stop bombing yourself! Be careful! They're planting! They're planting bomb! You heard that? Oh, yeah, I heard that. I got you baited. You know what? If that were me, I got you baited. Okay? If that were me, I got you baited. Let's just establish that, alright? I already got you baited. Taco truck, let's go. Let's pog. Alright, you know what? Naked. I like naked. We're gonna buy this one as well. And also incendiary. How are you doing, Smokey? Welcome in. Gun, gun, BB, gun, bang, BB, gun. Wee! I didn't throw that. Da. I killed someone. Oh, wow.
被小伤了。
This one's tough. Oh, that was amazing. Good kill. Oh my god, you're so good. You tried. That was really good though. That at buh. I mean, I would tell them, but because I'm not a team player, I don't need to tell them because I'm not a team player. You know, I would tell them. I totally would. But why when I'm a kobold? Look, sometimes he's just gonna cause some chaos, you know, easy. Oh, do you not see them? Oh wow, that was actually kinda good. Yikes! Boom! PP Pechong. This time, I'm going in. In the name of dragons, when I train long range with P90. Hey, don't shoot on P90 with long range. It works. Sometimes. This time, biggity buggity boom. Wee! Who wants some guns? No one's here. Okay. I'm going mid. Yeah, I'm pretty bad. Yeah, I'm pretty bad. Let's just establish that I'm pretty bad. Oh, Negev, let's go. Oh, Negev. Ah. Need to control. I'm trying to control the gun. I know I'm trying to put down, like aim down, because the gun aims at air. I got this. Yikes. No one's here, no one's here. I didn't shoot a gun, let's go. Cha, 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 cha. Playing C stinky. What do you mean stinky? I don't need that. I have a negative. What? I have negative. Why just playing with pistol? I mean, you're too good. Hi Roxas, you little shit. Why just rushing in? Why just rushing in? 四个在 B, okay, okay. Burn, burn, baby, burn. And then a flashbang. Oh, yikes. Nah-uh. Nah-uh. Yeah, I had a feeling. Oh, you know what? I have a sudden realization. I have a sudden realization how to use Negev. Because Negev is like, the longer you shoot, the more accurate it is and more stabilized it is. So I think before turning a 90 degree angle, just shoot first and go apeshit. I think that's how it... I'm gonna try it. Can't jump? Oh yeah, I think I kinda know how to do that. Jump crouch, right? Buying a lot of things, I'm out of money.
Laying down smoke. Flashbang.
障眼法。Allow, don't rush in lah. Yee. Shit. I feel like no one's here, but I'm gonna slowly anyway. I'm just playing mind games with myself.
Rushy.
E.G.
Bomb have been planted. Go, go, go.
It's not at A? Wait, it's not at A? What the fuck? I was at... What? I thought it's at A. Bro, I was at B. How the fuck? How the fuck? Did they just went past me? I like that. They're even sneakier than a kobold. Why here? Okay, you want rush? I rush low.
Hey,
Oh my god. When Sniper Campaign was promised, it's okay. I'm never good at this kind of game anyway. I'm just here to shoot guns and kill things, and then just shout, "I killed someone!" Because I'm good at the game. Last B? Were you lasting B? They want A? Oh, you bunch of pussies! I'm going B. I'm going alone, because why not? That's right, I'm dead. But you know what? I'm good at the game. That's why I don't die. I'm too good at the game. Are they all at B? Are they actually all at B? No fucking way. Oh, no, I see them. Hey, hey, no, 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 no. I may announce my presence, but it's okay. I'm aiming at the wrong one. Oh! So much need to play CS now. Hell yeah. You're welcome. Beep Jong. Yeah, beep Jong. And maybe a Molotov. Flashbang. Yeah. Kobo go beep beep. Yeah. Sorry. Carry kobolds. Hey, don't be scared lah. Just wee. I told you, nothing to be scared of. Fuck. Hey. Hi, how you doing? Hi, how you doing? Hi. No. Yeah. Sorry, my friend. I'm finding sleepiness as much as I can. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. I mean, if you're on the sleep, it's totally fine. Sleep is good. Look, brothers, I'm telling you, last B. Alright, don't be scared. Just throw a flashbang, rush out, and shoot whatever is there. Alright? Look at this shit. Look at this shit. I'm gonna go alone. I don't care. I don't care. Look at this shit. Uh-oh. Ajagabuga! Duh! Wait a minute. Yeet! Hello! Ah! Where you come from? Thanks. Getting carried feels good. You didn't check? I checked! What do you mean? You hold your breath as long as you can. Why would anyone want to do that? You have a good sense of map in Dust 2. I did play with my friend for a little bit. Ching 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 ching. Doop, doop. Boom boom. I want to do this. Training 1.6. I only play 1.6 with my sisters. And we don't even know what we're doing. We're just fighting bots and it's fun. Did you took my bomb? Fine, you can have one. Stealing Kobo's things, I cannot believe it. Did the bots win? Yeah. Yeah. Because like I said, I'm never good with shooting games. I just kind of like the feeling of shoot the gun. I don't know, I like it. Guess I'm a simple kobold or a simple woman if you say. I like the feeling of like the pew pew is the fun part. Who cares if it hits anything? Right? But not the sphere of sniper and Sedge. I don't like sniper. Well, what do you mean? Sniper is like pew, wait for 2 years and then shoot under the gun. I don't like it. I want to constantly pa 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 pa. Now that's fun. Who likes a Molotov? Yikes! Ooh. And CS source is way more close, but well, servers. Oh, we're getting surrounded. We're getting surrounded because I went to B. Look, sometimes she's gonna rush B, okay? Oh, these two is good. Look at them. No sound, very quiet, ducking. And the camping bombs. Whoa, what the fuck? The bum. Whoa! Damn, you're so good. Alright, you know what? P90，当我拿个P90就哒哒哒哒往上冲，别怕，哥们儿。Okay, I'm going A, I'll be a good girl and just go A, okay, alright, okay, I'm going A. 哎，他妈的！ I got you, buddy! Whoa, damn. I killed someone. I killed someone. I'm the beast. P90冲啊，哥们儿，别怕。Nani? Yeah. It's okay, it's just some Chinese shit. 醉里挑灯看剑，光辉。YGG Yggdrasil? I haven't tried the other maps, but I'm just gonna go. I love how it says still go, not play. It's like, what the fuck is not CSGO anymore? Make it 2, how about that? Make it 2. Is there like different guns that I can use? Other Bito? Oh, I did put this revolver. It's weird, no, I don't like it. 5.7? 5.7? CT exclusive max 70 devastating amount of damage at close range. Rapid magazine sound reloads make it a great tactical choice. I haven't seen what the gun is. Am I gonna take a nap? Okay. Nap good, nap good. I don't want to read that. Ow. No. I don't think that's What's that? Ya? No, that's not ya. De? I don't know. It's not de. I don't know what that is. Come on, why is there always one person? See, why is there always one? Thank you. Let's roll. Oh no, what is this map? Oh, this map looks confusing. What is this? Well, shit. I guess yeah, negative. Why do you... Is that literal condom? Alright, okay, I mean, yeah, I respect that, I guess.
This is what we have been working for.
Oh my god, that is just like... Oh my god, why do I have the bomb? Shit, I don't know the map. I'll just follow the... Oh, fuck, what is this place? Okay, B it is. I don't know. B, I guess. Another one of those, huh? Another one of those, huh? Oh, nice. Oh, nice. This looks like a good place. Melutena. Oh, wow. Ooh. Nó theo bị tiêu à. Bác không cakap saya tak tahu. You know, I can always voice chat when I feel like it in this game. Only when I feel like it, but most of the time, nah. Oh, you can shoot things like that? Kobo, Kobo, Yeah, yeah, Jake. Kobo. 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 Kobo? Kobo. Yeah. Oh. Sad boy OP?
算了。
Shit. Actually, no bullet. Oh my god, your mic. 好卡。
你那个麦太炸了，兄弟。
这个麦太炸了，兄弟。这麦太炸了，兄弟。哦。麦太炸了，兄弟。The famous 0.35 RM mic. Yeah. Why do you give it to me? I'm going the same way. Fuck this. Pickety packety pom pom. Hey.
开153了吗？抱歉。
Hey! Not like Kobo who has at least 100 ringgit mic. You know, I actually invested in a 200 ringgit mic after about a year or after about a year and a half of streaming. I just bought like a mic that's like 200 ringgit. It's good stuff. I bought the HyperX Solo Cast and it works pretty well. Yeah, that's very pricey, but it looks but it feels really good, not gonna lie. Let's go. I'm not done with the bomb, right? Hiya. Sorry. Hello. Second floor, he said. I like the solo cast because it has a good mic arm and they can do funny shock mount and boom mic style stuff. Oh, careful. Get your gun ready. Ooh, damn, this guy's good. Mark 10. Yeah, I feel like solo cast is quite versatile. It's pretty good. I have like my previous mic is like 51 ringgit, and then it provides like a big boom mic arm as well, and I think that works pretty good. Like I'm using that boom mic arm for the what is it called again? For the HyperX Solo Cast. Where's this place? Hey! Okay, all good. Yikes! Hey, yeah, I cannot aim. I cannot aim. Sabi. Mark 10, Mark 10 is pretty good in this game. Who left? Numbers left. And the new Go XLR. Go XLR. When a good mic is less than 170 plus USD, the Go XLR is a lot. Less than 170 plus USD sounds like a lot of money, to be honest. Although, again, I'm from Malaysia. Ringgit is pretty small, so. Honestly, whatever works. I still remember my first ever mic is like a little stick. That cost like 15 ringgit, I think. 15 ringgit mic, let's go, that works. That's like honestly good enough. Y'all have mics? I have just whatever kind with my 30 euro headset. I mean, that works. So long as we can hear the Kobo, that's good enough. My mic was so explodey back then. It was kind of funny, now that I think about it. Right now I have my headset mic because I bumped my condenser and it started doing unfunny rattling noises. Aww. I don't like headset mic because they record the breathing noises where it's like, no, those kind of thing, you know, I don't want. Sorry about that. My OBS sound filters are doing all the heavy lifting. Yeah, true. I also have that. But also my HyperX low case is already pretty good enough, so yeah. Yeah, they're usually omnidirectional, not cardiac, right? Cardiac's like okay, pretty good. Wow, shit, they got sniped. Wah! Hey, mine is bigger number than you, your MP9. I'm Mark 10. Get out of here. I'm one number higher than you. Oh shit. That looks painful. I'm gonna watch the pro gameplay. Look at this gun. What is this gun? MP7? Yeah, you're gonna love omnidirectional mics. Like you can hear like the keyboard noises, breathing noises, aircon noises, or fan noises. On my case, I try to point the fan away. The fan is like at my back, so it doesn't really blow on the mic, so that it doesn't capture the fan noises.
就从这边走，就从右边走，对，走，你就从右边走，这边有人，单后面。
刻录机很健康，带我回家呼吸大呼骨灰机。The fuck? That's just random. This is random gibberish. A good mic is around $170 to $250. Go XLR is upwards of $500 to $700. That's too much. Or never too much, but still, if you can afford it, that is. Wow. They're so strong. Why to go XLR, so? Fair enough. Go XLR sounds pretty strong. The fucking sound mixer table. Okay, yeah. Now that you mention it, that's pretty overkill. But hey, it's good. Okay, let me rephrase that. It's never overkill when in terms of mic, but if you can afford it, definitely try it. Fuck yeah, why not, right? Okay. The fuck? Where do you come from? Oh, here is so scary. Look at that. It's like a fucking war zone. Literally. The stuff that is used on stage on live performances. Oh, yeah lah. I mean, yeah, that thing costs 500 to 700.
房顶儿
Makes
房顶儿
sense.
楼
Whoa. Oh.
这个第一好像有点问题啊，打的全是头。
对啊，打全是头，有一点问题啊。He said that the person.
还在哪？他妈的！
我会出手。
They mentioned the person is being sus because it's all headshots. How does this door work? Yay! Where'd you come from? I didn't even see anyone. Stinky. The stuff that's actually used on big performances costs thousands upon thousands. Oh yeah, nah, that one is like a given.
那个在 A 点直接外道下 B， 外道下 B。
What is 外道下
外场一
B?
个，然后 B 点一个，然后负一楼是空的。
I mean, I know what they're saying, but
等过来了。
包了吧？还是
别说话，
别说。
脚底下这个点2个，然后外场一个。
Oh. Ooh, what a shot. They could just camp the bomb, no? That's tough. I don't know, man. I don't know what to do. They're too good to. I'm just gonna use dual handgun. I don't know anymore. He's trying to speak Morse code with the explosive mic, huh? Wow, 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 wow. Oh my god. Oh, that's a nice bird profile picture. Wait a minute, look at that. This one? Look at that. It's a nice profile picture.
那个屋子里还有个狙。
Burb. Bored. Bored.
操了！
我操！
Bored. I love how that
就在脚底下。
they keep chow chow.
长外长，
直接去，要负一楼下包呗，负一楼下包呗。
点点太远。
不带狙，牛逼牛逼，会玩会玩会玩会玩。
包把大狙啊，兄弟！
没事没事没事，哥们儿太会玩了，我操！ 他家仓库有大狙啊。
I guess going there is not a good idea anymore, huh? Because this is like the good sniper spot, it feels like.
2码狙，外面2码狙，我们先突里面。
Whoa!
掉。
哦，
不好意思，
不好意思。
外
哇！
掉，外场2码狙。
外场下那个下负一层那边有一杆，楼梯那边。冰鸟狙。
I don't even understand. I mean, I know what they're saying, but I don't know the place that they're describing. I don't even know where that is, you know. And I dropped the bomb. Whoa! Damn, this guy is fucking good. Ooh. They're too good. I feel I'm just I'm a hacking. I don't know what I'm doing.
来，给你把狙，谁要狙？
Oh, this is ranked. I'm playing competitive.
回来！
Ooh, oh, it's a shotgun. Yeah, I'm playing ranked because I feel like rank is more fun because there's less people. It's not like 20 people in a room. It's a 5-on-5, not a 10-on-10, I think. And having team collisions really makes me like cannot just run around because I have to be I have to be understanding about the like people around me and shit. I kind of like it. And not just everyone sniper all the way, because you actually need to manage a little bit of economy, so I think that's pretty fun. At least I personally liked it. Because when I was playing casual, everyone just snipes and there's no gameplay. If you're going range, try to stay away from the SMG shotgun style of things. Why? Do people hate that? Whoa! Oh my god, I'm so bad. No, because literally compared to AK, M4A4, M4A1S, they suck. But they are kind of hard to handle because they jump so much when I shoot. PP Bison is not SMG, right? Or is it SMG? What do they classify as for?
你在2楼抽不到人了，你往大仓的先抽，让他看屁股。
Stink. Oh. Nice.
还有仓库有。
There's still 5 of them.
Oh, yeah.
It's a 2 tap to have the AK, 4 body, 6 limbs, a perfect shot each the first time you shoot. That's why you saw the guy doing tap firing. You don't spray and pray. Whoa, what the fuck?
楼顶是不是有？点是不是到了？
Short bursts are controlled. Oh damn, holy shit, this guy. Okay, let me try. Let's start.
来，外场爆闪封烟，直接下地下。
Let's start small. Right, don't use AK first. Maybe use Gali AR first.
Now is the time.
这有 AK。屁股有 AK。
在哪里？
屁股。地上是一件，赶紧跟过来。
谁他妈扔的闪啊？不会扔道具别扔啊！
外场有。
Did I miss sniper? You can try a sniper. I'm not gonna play sniper. Yeah, that's what's happening. We pass the Boxen for sniper gameplay. I'm gonna get scolded. I don't know how to play sniper. I never play CS. No, you're lying. Oh. Good. Good. Perfect.
These boys have got a bit of an arsenal and they don't mind using it.
Oh god, that sprayed into bust. Bust? What's a bust? There's so many technical terms I don't know. Holy shit. Hi, Ryuki. What are you doing? Okay, White Chang is outside. You don't spend money to have more in the next round. You don't spend money to have more in the next round, win or lose. Or getting double spray. Something called eco. Oh shit. I shouldn't have just stuck. I shouldn't have just like sit there. Look, I'm playing double handgun. I can just move around. Why am I so scared of like sitting down? That's bad on my part. No, the first round we are going 12A. Like gonna eco in that case. Stinky.
Yellow.
Ooh, shotgun. Ooh, getting. Oh boy. Nastar is all headshot, isn't it? Oh guys, what does hedge 8% mean? I guess I can try this one. Okay, I'm gonna try. Headshot percent, so I was right. I want cookies, me too. No, HS%. Where'd you come from? Where'd you come from? Yeah.
真他妈菜，废了，留着一点用没有。
I voted no. They said that I suck a lot, so keeping me here is useless. That's what they say. It's always the angle you didn't fully kill, don't really been there. Yeah, it seems my teammate is very considerate. So thank God. Yes, that just is so to show I literally have no money.
Flashbang out.
It's at least a gun that I can use. If I don't.
外场一个99。
去手包啊！
手包在哪？包在哪？
他家那个门那儿。
Oops, I try to look away. I'm gonna pressure you. I'm gonna pressure you. I'm gonna pressure you, asshat.
进场了。
I'm gonna pressure you. I'm gonna pressure you. I'm gonna pressure you. Yeah, that's right. Get pressured. Just to friend fresh the Kobo. What?
What's that?
You don't make me get mad, buddy. I want to just enjoy the game. Please don't kick me because I suck. I'm just trying to enjoy the game, buddy. I'm not trying. I'm not doing try hard. I'm playing competitive because the mod is like way slower. Oh boy. Yeah, welcome to Swearlord Town. Yeah, competitive, you know, that's fair. I'm doing P90 冲啊大哥们儿 Yeah. Oh my god, they're so good. And bitches be actually having buckets under the seats. I mean, yeah, true. I guess they want to win. You know, they really want to win. Which I don't blame them because they're playing competitive. Whoa. Hiya, double handgun your la bitch. They broke a bit, but still kept the old one to play the system. I mean.
难呐，这个局子。
这个跟他们呆的似的。
I shouldn't have gone outside. That's cool. Now we can look at sniper gameplay. Not by yours truly. Kobo doesn't do sniper. Rotato the gun. The spin. I like that. That's cool. This is the truly riveting sniper gameplay.
我在。
Very ingrained sniper gameplay in me. I hate it, but it helped. Oh, I really cannot handle sniper. It just feels weird to me. How do you know that I'm here? The sniper move will throw you off. Yeah, that's the thing. Because like the thing, what's it called? The crosshair? Like the crosshair just sort of blurs and say, what the fuck is going on? I don't like sniper. Sniper is scary. Yeah, that's how I feel anyway. P90冲啊 Yikes! 好多人在 B 啊 I shouldn't have reloaded there. It's like my bad habit. I just keep reloading after each kill. kind of my bad habit.
铁板下去了，铁板下去了，直接回防2楼，广道下2楼守啊！负1楼，赶快广道下负1楼。
Yeah, I need to try. I cannot just keep reloading after each kill. It just doesn't work that way.
不对，负1层下包了。
So 负1层 is... Oh shit, it's downstairs. Nice.
拆没人了。
拆，直接拆。
And playing Overwatch and zipline with sniper? How? I'm just gonna P90 and go in. I don't care. We P90. I like P90. Ta ta ta.
大局嘛，给你发把大局。
没事，我去拿那个副架一下。
卧室，
跑点。
一楼到。
Hey, I didn't even see them. SMG has somewhat of a dispersion where run and gun suits you, I hope. Yeah, it totally suits me. That's why I love it. I really love run and gunning. So yeah, you see that I love using dual Beretta. That Negev, not Negev, PP Bison. Mark 10 P90 MP5. I like those guns. I like run and gunning. I don't like this duck and shoot gameplay. It's kind of hard. I'm like a movement player.
你别上去外场了，上外场就没戏了。
Whoa! Damn!
看屋里头，看 A 包点，看 A 包点。
左边，左边，
左边。
还有，还有。这儿还有。
Ooh. Goodbye, my friends. Okay, engaging comic. Sleep well. Thanks for stopping by.
还给我发把狙吧，我打狙吧。
刚
No.
才
上号。
光把声音关掉了，没听见。
把声音关掉，没听见。They said they're muted.
你去外场看吧，往外场那就下来。 3楼有啊。1楼爆点要到。
I don't like the smoke. I can't see shit.
外场楼顶。
屋顶，屋顶。
别急，守爆点就行，守爆点，收点就行。不要早。等他下包4打1。
I didn't shoot the gun. I didn't shoot the gun. I didn't shoot the gun.
最后一发弹。
稳一稳啊，稳一稳啊，别乱冲啊。
我努力。
来发把枪，要枪。
干！
铁板，全下铁板了，回防负1层。
呜！
没有，我在场4往3。掉包了。还有红箱的后面还有一个。 红箱的后面还有一个。
红箱子后面 ，oh the red box behind the red box is have one. They said.
掉。
They went inside. They said.
外场，哎。
Outside.
下负1了，外场包拿走了。
Going down. I'm trying to translate.
下负1了，外场包拿走了。
Going down. Good.
包在这儿。
Damn, they are good. They are 21 deaths. Let's go. That's how you know I'm trying my best. 21 deaths. I think 21 deaths is 13, 12. 13, 12, 25. In 25 rounds, I survived 4 rounds. I survived 4 rounds. Let's fucking go. Look, I'm trying my best, okay? I am trying my heckin' best. I feel I'm not good with that map. I don't know. I'm not good with any map. Don't worry about it. Yeah, why not play more? Let's go. Why not play more? I like playing more. Playing more is good. Pain is a good teacher? Oh, I know that all too well. I know that all too well. Because I played Tekken the hard way. I learned the frame data the hard way. I learned how to react to low attacks the hard way. Yeah, I would say it is a really good teacher. Unless you mean the other way, then I don't know. I want to use Negib. I want to use Negib. I want Negib. Look at Negib. It's so fun. Look at that. Apex Hard train your reaction. Yeah, playing this kind of game requires way more reaction than playing fighting games. Yu Hanbing? I don't know how to read. I actually don't know how to read that. 什么yang yuan? Juan Yang? I actually don't know how to read that. See, this is Chinese. Fucking... I don't know what that is.
Maybe short. A 小 A 小。Side A side。中门一个。沙地。Side。Defuse.
Yeah, good thing I bought the kit. Let's go. Guys, I'm gonna meme again. I'm gonna meme again. Look, I like Negev, okay? I like Negev, for real, alright? Valor and CS aren't trying my patience and control. Yeah, CS is so patience, it feels like. Well, you know what? No one's going A? I'm going A. How about that? And you know how I'm gonna protect A? Look at this shit. With Negev, nothing is impossible. I'm gonna stay here. And you know why? Because I can shoot both ways. And you know how? Because I can just aim and just... whatever. Are they where it be? Fuck. Didn't expect this to two-person there. Kobo making plays? Nah, no more. It's okay. I'm always good with first round because I oh my god.
Wow.
I absolutely love pistol rounds. Because the Beretta is way too fun. The crucial thinking of decision is a hard thing to learn, so take your time. I may as a cross I play something like the dig. The dig.
Wait, wait, wait. Knife, knife. Knife. Hey, ayo.
I shot my teammate. I got scared. No Apex is smile. I don't bother to learn half the time. Without non-existent the recoil is in Apex is no recoil? It's like Gunfire Reborn then. Crap, there is someone here. If you shoot a certain way, you can practically negate the recoil. Alternate. Alternator? Why is that alternator? We don't talk with the alternate. What? For this, I'm getting carried.
Hey.
What? Oh, above. I didn't think about that. Oops.
Nice, nice. I'm coming, I'm coming.
Bro, your mic. Holy shit, my ears are bleeding. Ooh. Is there someone? I don't even see it. Ooh. They're so good. It's such nice and natural drop off. I'll stick to this and also Gunfire Reborn, I guess, for the shooty bang bang. 来个啤酒蛇。Oh shit.
Mid.
Shit.
B.
Ooh.
最后一个。
Ooh, damn. 御寒冰. That's amazing. take AWP. AWP is a one-shot, one-kill gun, right? I'll stick with my P90.
Remove any doubts in your head. It's us or them.
Sorry, I just burped.
Throwing smoke. Throwing a grenade.
A 大。
Incendiary out.
See, I know how to jump.
Throwing fire. Bomb has been planted.
Yikes. Burning. Ah.
Go, go, go.
24 per head, 12 on the body. Cooked Kobo. Nice. Oh my god, how the fuck? That's amazing. Guys, can I say that I'm out of money? You go up to level 5, you delete that man in a single mag. It's because I'm sucukup rasa.
Laying down smoke. Grenade. Throwing fire. Grenade. Flashbang. Deploying flashbang.
Nice.
If you remember those spice and yeah, Meiki Satsuku Prasa. It's like the chicken spice, I think.
Move it. Throwing flashbang. Incendiary out. Throwing smoke.
Molotov. Nah.
Incendiary. Flashbang.
Uh-oh. Meiki doesn't make any dish taste good. That's fair. But it does make them taste okay, I guess. Oh. Oh. Oh, damn. Glorified spoon every you added spice. Decent at best. That's a fair point. How do you shoot that? Oh, goddamn. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Damn. Damn. This one gonna go with. I have no gun. Oh, thank you.
Come on, jump.
I don't know how to use the gun, but I'll try it.
Laying down smoke. Incendiary. Throwing a grenade. Deploying flashbang.
Side, go, 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 go. Sorry, sorry.
I don't even know who shot me.
Go, go, go.
It's the guy in the middle box earlier. The small head peeking. Oh, damn, it's hard to see. Holy shit.
Throwing smoke. Throwing flashbang. Deploying flashbang. Throwing fire. Throwing fire.
Damn.
We took the piss out of them.
They don't like B, I guess? Ow. I mean, I would love to go B, but I guess I'm going... Do I dare to go middle door? I don't know.
Let's move out. Throwing smoke. Deploying flashbang. Incendiary out.
Yikes.
Laying down smoke. Incendiary. Grenade out. Throwing fire.
The hell is going on?
Grenade.
Nice.
I didn't. I don't know. My HS percent is 0. Let's go. I'm like actually getting carried. I'm so happy.
Let's go, my brother.
Kobo versus short B. I like short B. Kobo versus sniper alley. Yeah. No way no one's here, right? See? Told you.
This guys.
Plant the damn bomb! You had the bomb! You had the bomb! Nah, not the bomb. Although that was some really good shot. I think I got headshot 3 times. That was hell yeah, that was good. Oh no! Buddy, you got this, you got this, you got this. Don't panic. Oh, you're so good, you're so good. Oh my god, you're the best player in the world. Come on, you got this. Change your gun, change your gun. This guy is no bullet. He only had the bomb. Ah, fair. Because I saw the bomb getting thrown his way, so yeah, I get that. I got my friend DRG and I forgot to turn on my mods when he joined. Uh-oh. I mean, they're gonna see a healthy dose of kobolds, right? So it's all good. You have no bullet. Get a gun. Get a gun. You can try and go A, honestly, if you want. Yeah, I was thinking about that as well. They might do the same thing, so you know, it's a game of mind games at this point. So yeah. Yeah, they're gonna get a healthy dose of kobold, so I'm happy for them. Need more bullet. Let's say my friend know you're a furry. Aren't really against them, but ain't really supportive either. So when he saw the Kobo, he got surprised to say the least. Like the neutral way, right? In the smoke, in the smoke. Oh, 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 oh. Are you gonna...
Nice.
That is just mean. That is just mean. It was a little swearing. What the fuck? What the fuck? Mark 10. Guess they're going A, alright. They already have sniper?
Behind.
Damn, I'm in the wrong one. Funny how I indoctrinate my roommate into furries in a similar situation. Okay, so I like double handgun, okay? Look at this shit.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Where's the bomb? Where's the bomb? We can go back to B actually, I think. Oh, just gonna tell them furry the... Ooh, damn! There goes the bomb. Wait, who? Oh, nice. Why are you throwing the bomb away? I don't get it. Why would you throw the winning condition away? Are you doing that the honor? Are you doing that the honor win? Nope, you took it back. Okay. I mean, if you're doing it for the honor points, I respect that because I like that too.
请加一个，请加一个。
Oh, ooh. Ooh. Through the door. It's for in case if he dies, it won't be in deep enemy area and at least enemy will know it's there. Oh, wow. Okay, sorry. That is actually fucking amazing. I will take all I said back. It's the dragon! Oh my god. Dragon, let me do this real quick before my round starts. Oh, you're playing Stardew Valley? Oh my god, yeah! Hello, Archmuffin. Hello, everyone from the raid. Welcome, welcome. This is a rare sight to see me play this game, to be honest. Vitae T Morse. Hi. Oh, all the pets. Thank you, thank you. I don't usually play this game. I just recently started because I got addicted. But hi. Get petted. Oh, I'll take it. Thank you. Welcome in, everyone from the raid. My name is Tylra. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I like dragons a lot. And I do art occasionally. Speaking of, I'm gonna do art finally. Soon-ish. Soon-ish. So yeah, welcome in. Hope you are doing good. How is Stardew Valley? I played a little bit of Stardew Valley, but I just didn't really... I don't know, I feel like a little bit... Like dragons too, very good beans. Right? Dragons are great. Quifelio, hi! Auto win? No lah, no auto win lah.
Hello and welcome.
Thanks for the follow, appreciate. Imagine not progressing BG3. Sorry lah, I'm supposed to play Outlast today, but I didn't check my bank account. I forgot I don't have enough. So yeah, soon. It was good. Kui and I were doing a multi-word randomizer and we finished up tonight. Oh. Look, I didn't check, okay? I ate too much during the special stream. I'm sorry. The first Outlast. Also, good to know you had fun today, Archmuffin. I was right, I'll win. Go. Okay. Yikes, there's sniper noises. Go, there's someone, go, shoot them! Dang! Hey! Look at that, Ichi. Kobo does the mag dumping. A heinous yet appropriate act. I mean, I'm using PP Bijong. I'm supposed to do that. We are going to win. It was good. Thankies, how is the shooty been doing? I don't know what I'm doing, but at least I'm getting carried like crazy. I sincerely don't know how to play this game. And I just like the gun shooting feeling. You know, I've been playing a lot of gunfire, but I just like gunfire is cool. I want to try out something else. And then my friend, one of my mid-school friends is like, hey, 你要玩 CSGO 吗? They are like, hey, do you want to play Counter-Strike? It's like, sure. And then here I am getting addicted to this game. Oh, crap. The game that I got addicted. Counter-Strike, all of them. Counter-Strike. I'm still in a little bit of disbelief that I'm addicted to a game like this because I don't really play shooty bang games. But hey, I think things happen. I would say things happen, and I didn't change. It's just that I kind of like the game. I kind of like the game. But I did try out like Fortnite, PUBG, even at some point Apex Legends. I tried it, but I just like, those are too much. Also, just as a note, when I was getting ready to raid out, I saw you were live and said, I would like to raid the Kobo. And then 2 people suggested you. Oh, me? Oh my god. Well, I'll take it, thank you. Oh yeah, look at this. I like the ta-ta-ta-ta. Bappers. Oh, you were one of them. Nice. Cutie Kobo. Wow. Thanks. Okay, where am I naked? Naked. Hey. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Bad. And now she got herself diamond rank addicted to FPS games because of it. Oh, it's true. Nice. I wanted to play games with me, really influence her into FPS. Nice. No, thanks for the pets, Larzang. Do I pronounce that name right? I hope I did. If I butcher your name, I'm sorry. go. B B B B B B B B B B B B B B B B B B B B I like B B B B B。哎，我老诶，你的麦真是爆炸哦。
too long。
我开始讲话也不用紧啊，他们在看广告现在不用紧啊不打 Where Where are they? Oh, I have no money. Well, this is my life now. $130 ping. Oh shit. Someone has like 1 or 2 ping. Holy shit. My ping is 34 because I'm in the good middle. There's 300 ping. No, people play with 300 ping. How the fuck? 300 ping. Was that a moment where you get shot? No. 我忘记我讲话了。他妈对面有人300 ping 啊！我不知道是讲玩这个 game 的，吐白沫啊！Every game like 150 ping. Yeah, shit game. You guys are in the wrong server. Why? Just negative and camp B, I guess. I'm gonna AFK when we get 12. We can try tie. What? Kobo yipped? Did I? I mean, I like to yip, I guess. I mean, as a Kobo, yipping is not wrong, I would say.
Shot two.
Wait, 他们很强嘞，他们很劲啵。No, it's like 5 freaking assets and I never get that many at once. I'm sorry. Yeah, there's like a new Twitch ad thing. I need to have like... See, the thing is I need to have ads play a lot. Or else it's kind of funny because if I disable I'm using Chinese, I'm using English, I'm sorry. If I disable ads, the ads play anyway. And if I enable ads, ads still plays. Like the thing is, if I disable ads, I don't get the ad revenue, which is kind of funny, but the ad still plays. So I have to enable it to like 55% revenue share, or else they'll just play randomly in a very lengthy time. Really?干他们很劲啵，真的是有300拼吗？没有啊，没有啦，没有300拼了，我被骗了。啊，100多拼给了也可以了。搞笑呢，我这样玩真是给人家不利了呀。明知道我是 Kobo 啦，本来我不应该这样被bully的吗？Yeah, if you guys are back, I'm sorry about the ads. I'm sorry about the lot of ads. I'm sorry. Oh, it's all headshot. It's all headshot.
Too long. 3 long.
Ooh, it's all head. The amount of headshot is staggering. Oh, sorry. 爆头真是吓死了，那有时候没有话讲哦。
拉上卡。
1打1。 来了，我相信你的实力。哎，那个枪很美哎，是龙吗？Is that a dragon gun? That looks really good. Oh. They are really good, I have to say. There's no point of disabling, yeah. I wish that instead of ads, I could disable subs and bits gifts when becoming an affiliate. I just actually don't want people to give me money like that. Let them out, let them out, let them out, let them out, let them engage, let them engage. They don't know where we are. Oh shit! 哎，可以不？我的 P90就这样起飞了吗？ I got a Molotov. Sorry, 我有一个 Molotov. You know, sometimes when I want to speak Chinese and I just actually forgot because I'm streaming, it's kind of funny. Yikes. I got flashed. Interesting flash. Oh. Damn, they are all like headshots and shit. It's kind of scary. 啊，他们全部爆头了。那个MEPS 啊，他每一枪都爆头，有点恐怖哎。你不会觉得咩？诶，感觉他好像一开枪就爆头，而且用 AK 不？不讲不相信他呢，反正有点恐怖诶。等他们出来的哦。剩下我一个呀，离开了。不行啊。Must hunt the mystery dungeon demo yet? I looked at it. Haven't tried it out yet because I just reached home and I just downloaded it. I'm sorry, Ryoki. Where are you? When I get home, it's already like stream time, so I didn't try it. I'm sorry, I have to say they are just too good. I cannot beat them. They're too good. But the game looks promising though. Hi, Coffee. Famas. Famas. How you doing, Coffee? Fire! Damn, no one's here, really.
Long one, shot one.
I cannot. God, the gun jumps so much. Crap. Why am I always the only one left? people just rushed in? That's the found myself burst fire mode. Huh? I don't know. I don't like surrendering. I play with you, you're playing with me? Hmm? How, where? It's the first time I feel like I want to surrender because they're way too good. They just headshot every time and it's kinda hurt. It kinda hurts. Oh. Okay, yeah, that's fair, that's fair. I don't know. I thought a gun is a gun. I didn't know they have like multiple different oh nice. A different shoot mode? Question mark? Hmm. You play. Oh. I guess. if you don't mind me being absolutely terrible at this game, because yeah. This is what's happening right now. I do not know how to play this game, so I'm so sorry. After this one, I can invite you. Are we friends on Steam? After this one. Wait. I can't play for too long because it's like 4:30 already. I can play a few more. Yikes. Nice.
LT1, heavy one.
How do you know that I'm here? Oh my god. Oh, it's the same guy. Okay, wait. I think I can call you now. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Oh. It's the first time I feel like I don't know what to do. I'm so bad. I can play a few more if you guys want to join, I guess. I like call you. Do I call you privately, Coffee, or? I don't see. I can call you privately. Yeah. I can do that. Nanti dulu ah. Name. I'm gonna call. Why is sending me the kitty? Oh my god. I think I'm calling. Hi.
Hello?
Hi, it's Coffee.
Oh my goodness, I'm on your stream.
Yeah. I like how you don't recognize me yesterday. I was so funny.
Yeah, I have a very good brain.
Oh good, it's okay. I relate.
I'm traumatized from my yesterday's stream.
But why? Were you playing... Were you not having a good time with Beat Saber?
I was playing a Team Fortress 2 map.
Oh.
And at some point in the song, it said, I am Heavy Weapons Guy. And I said, oh my god, that's Heavy Weapons Guy from Team Fortress 2. And my entire chat went absolutely ballistic. The whole song's been about Team Fortress 2.
Oh no. Look, if I were there, I would not know about Team Fortress 2 as well. I have zero knowledge on
see?
Team Fortress.
Not just me. It's not just me.
Yeah, it's not just you, Rest assured.
Also, this game is 34 gigabytes.
Are you downloading it on the spot? currently.
Yeah.
Oh damn. How fast is your
Yeah,
connection speed?
Right now it's getting 180 megabits per second, but that's kind of slow.
No, that is fast as heck. What do you mean?
It's slower than what I normally get. I usually get 300 to 400 on Steam.
Oh, yeah, that's really fast. I got like 30 megabytes. That's already pretty good. I love how there's like someone just wearing a... Is that something else that just looks like condom? Is that just condom?
No.
No?
No.
What is that?
It's like a thing that ladies use.
Okay, late.
Yeah, Jade, I got the gigabit internet. I got it last week.
Nice. Although I still don't know what that is,
it's
but...
not gigabit. It's 900 megabits, but close enough.
Are we friends on Steam?
No.
Uh-oh. We're not friends, yeah.
I have my code. There's my code.
I can use your code. Well, you know use Discord or as in your Discord
Oh my
channel?
god, you're doxing your code.
Is it bad?
Are you gonna dox my code too?
Probably. I can hide the screen first if you want. Yeah, I'm gonna hide the screen.
No,
There.
I don't.
You don't mind?
Give everyone my code. I need more friends.
There, I can show your. Wait, I doxed my code. You should be able to add me. There, I'm doxing it once more. oh wait, I can just post it into the chat box. Give me a second. That way it's easier for you. Nah. So they don't need to memorize the whole number.
Wait, are you making me add you? Okay, I added you.
Oh, you didn't give me your code. I cannot add you.
I sent it on Discord.
Oh shit! I didn't see Discord. Sorry. There. How now? Invite. Oh, yours is still downloading, right?
I'm at 34.
This game is 37.
No. 34%.
Oh.
Yeah, it's trundling along. It'll get there.
I trust you.
We've got about 15 minutes. You can probably do like another 12 games.
12 games? I could go...
Don't worry, guys. I'm a professional gamer, so like I don't need practice.
I'm not a professional gamer.
I'm a professional CS goer. I go really fast, CSly.
Oh, nice. That's what I like to hear.
Yep.
I never felt so
That's
confident. See?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, we actually have the same height. Let's go.
I should be bigger than you.
True. All right.
There we go.
There. Are you?
That's better.
Yeah. That's good enough, right? Can I leave mid-game casual?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
casual like this is fine. You can just.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go casual. And once you're done, I just like bye bye.
You got a friend request from Jade.
Oh, that was fast. Say a lot of people play casual instead of competitive.
We can play Wingman together.
What's a wingman?
It's 2v2.
Oh God. I can try.
It is technically counted as a competitive variant, but because there's only us two, it's really not that much pressure.
I can try.
Like,
yeah.
If we both perform terribly, we're only ruining our own ranks and not the rest of our team.
Okay, yeah, that reassured me. I like that.
That's what I mean. Like that, I like Wingman because it doesn't matter how bad you are.
You don't ruin the whole
The only
team.
person you're bringing down is one person, and
Yeah.
it's someone you probably know.
Yeah, that does. That sounds good.
Yeah, I like it more than casual even, I think. Because then you're just like not going against or like playing with strangers. You can actually talk to your friend.
Friend, yeah. Match point? Match point? Alright, match point. Who? Oh, they are at match point. Oh shit. No, she didn't. I didn't do such thing. What did I do? I missed it.
Oh, what they added you on Steam.
Oh, the Jade enemy? Nice.
Yeah.
I like it. Alright. More friends.
Wish someone would add me.
I could add you. Again.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I don't have a second account though, but hopefully this one works. P90, P90. Oh. Oh, it shows how much I hit them. I shot them once.
Don't worry. I'm really bad at this game.
Well, I've been here for 4 hours. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm pretty bad too. Oh.
That means you have 4 hours more practice than me.
Or
I'm at 50%.
That's actually really fast.
Got 10 minutes left on the download.
Okay, look at this.
I don't know why it's so slow.
Oh, you're using wired? Wired connection number
What?
1.
I'm not wired.
Using Wi-Fi?
Yeah.
Wi-Fi you get 100.
No, Wi-Fi I'm at 200 megabits down.
Negative.
That person really just peeked a corner when someone's holding negative.
I don't know. I like negative.
You can tell this is casual.
Yeah.
Like they see nothing but a stream of bullets. Oh yeah, that's safe to peek. Let's peek.
Yeah, it's only negative. Don't worry about it. Look. Oh, that's a nice dragon profile picture. Look guys, look at this. Oh, look at that.
Whoa. Chili pop.
I don't want to dox them.
I think that CS streamers dox a lot of people all the time because they're trying to check if they have back bans and stuff.
Oh wow. Thank God I just closed it immediately. Hey, don't bomb me. Negative. Oh. Priorities? Of course, there's a dragon. I need to look at them. Wait, I'm the same team with the dragon. Or with chili pop. Yeah, there it is.
Wait,
Chili
I
pop.
might not be able to do competitive until I level up because in CS:GO you have to level up to level 3.
How about CS2?
What? Jade, how did you find me?
Get doxed.
What the fuck?
You got doxed.
How did you find me, Jade?
Coffee Dirk wish is complete. Aw, see, Jade is so nice. Dude, chill pop is so good. Feeding for a dragon, of course. Oh, well, I said too soon. But still, he's pretty good. Oh, look at
You have your ways.
Oh,
my god, look at that. We got udder.
Oh, hey, yo.
Only 3 nipples.
Oh, yeah, isn't it supposed to be 4?
I think so. Hold on.
Probably.
Cow udder.
Cow udder?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so I guess I passed my biology test.
I'm definitely. It's definitely not supposed to be 3.
Ah, okay. I'm glad. Hey. I love how Jade just like, I have my ways. Probably found you 2 Tylra. Oh, from me? But I haven't accepted Jade's friend request yet.
Narix, how did you find me?
You're getting
Who
doxed.
are these people? You have 234 friends?
You're getting
Holy
doxed.
shit.
Negative.
I'm leaving them unaccepted until I see you guys a second time.
I'm gonna accept
I
Jade
won't
real
decline
quick.
them. But I don't know you.
Oops, sorry. Chili pop though.
I don't know how you guys are finding me. I don't know you, Narix.
Narix
Slide
is
into my DMs, maybe I'll accept it.
Narix is Singaporean, neighboring country of mine. That's all I can say.
Does that
Yeah.
mean you have a rivalry?
Yeah, in terms of food, actually. Because we all
Wait,
know.
are you going B when all of your team went A?
Yeah. Why not?
Oh dear.
Is that bad?
Yeah.
But
Okay, so basically the way this game is like intended, right? These maps are designed so that CTs have an advantage, right? They have a defender's advantage. So the only way that the T side can overpower them is if they outnumber them, typically, right? So the way it's played is CT will split 3 on one side, 2 on the other side, and the T side will all of the T side, all 5 players go to one side.
Oh look, you know more Counter-Strike knowledge than me. I just kind of like going to plant bombs. I like bombs. Hey! I can.
Oh, what the heck? How was everyone finding me?
Uh-oh. Who found you?
Arc Muffin.
Oh, just for the meme. It's Arch Muffin. Another dragon. Why did I get the bomb again?
I shan't accept until I see who you people are.
Oh, Tikaka found food. It's another kobold. Welcome back with food. I'm with Dragon Friend again. Oh yeah, there's no team collision. Hello, I am Negev. Welcome in. Oh, sorry. Why would you? Okay, this is not competitive. You don't die.
You found me through Griffey.
Throwing smoke. Guys, where's the bomb? I have the bomb. Let's go. Oh my god, it's numbers. Hey, it's a sneak.
About 80%.
Yeah! I didn't do anything, but I win! I'm so good at the game. Do you like Negev?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
It's a funny weapon.
But it's a good kind of funny weapon.
It's funny. I shan't say any more.
Oh, I only shot him once. Listen, looking for you
The
was
Negev is super accurate after like a few seconds of firing.
Yeah, I know, I like it so much. I can snipe with it. Looking for you wasn't that hard when I know Seal has 75% of the Twitch furries in his library. Oh, a Seal!
Okay, yeah, Seal, yeah. That's I played Deep Rock with them, so that'll be why I added them.
You haven't played Deep Rock with me.
I don't enjoy Deep Rock.
That's fair.
It was fine, and then it got boring.
Aww.
Like, it was pretty good. I did enjoy it. It just didn't hold up.
Like in the long run, it just gets kind of boring, right?
Yeah.
I get that. I just enjoy the combos in the game. That's it.
Oh yes, of course.
Yeah, it's enough to get. It's enough to make me play a game. Kobold's Dragon. No. Yeah, all good. Don't worry about it. It's this guy again.
Only 1.5 minutes left.
Oh, you got this. That's actually super fast. Oh, look at Chili
I'm so
Pop.
impressive and powerful.
Yeah. Isn't that normal for a dragon?
Yeah, you know, us dragons, we're kind of crazy. We're kind of cracked.
It was kind of funny the first time I saw your stream. I was like, oh, is that a kobold?
I mean, like, I don't even look remotely like a kobold.
Kinda. I don't know. Just the snoot, I guess? Question mark. This is casual. I'm just gonna rush. Don't worry about it.
It's because I'm bold, isn't it?
Nah, not. Wait, there are some dragons that's bold, right? I heard snoot. Kobolds are just tiny dragons. Yeah, fun-sized dragons. Oh my god, this is chaotic. Oh my god. Oh, I didn't look at Chili Pop. There. And also Chili Pop is the MVP. Wow.
Only 15 seconds left.
All right, one more. Is streamer by that name? You mean the name of fun-sized dragon? I'm camping this time. Yep. Oh, fun-sized dragon. I like that. Just another name for a kobold. Look at that. Hiding with Negev always works.
Now I warn you, I don't know any frags.
Frags? Like bombs?
Yeah, lineups.
Oh, I only know to throw Molotov because I like fire. Like so. I just locked someone out, but it's okay.
Does it usually take this long after installing it for it to do updating? Oh, it's done.
Nice. I'm gonna preserve my Negev. Hi, Evie. I need my 1700 gold.
Have you been playing alone this whole time?
Yeah.
You need a dragon to take care of you. I got you.
I like that. The dragon good. Oh wait, you open. Alright, goodbye team. Bye bye.
Yo, I keep all of my skins? Aw, dude, we're doing it now.
It's Steam bullshit. Somebody just stop doing whatever. Oh, fun size dragon is a Kobo. Well, now they mentioned it. Let's go to Twitch real quick.
Hold on, I'm just gonna I'm gonna set all my skins apparently.
Oh, good. I'm gonna check out fun sized dragon. Fun sized ED. Oh, ED. Okay. Dragons protecting kobolds. Yeah. Just small dragon, a big world. Oh, there it is. They said they're a dragon.
What is this music?
On your end?
Like, yeah, this game has really bad music.
That's the reason why I'm opening up YouTube. The fun-sized dragon, yeah, just follow without question. I follow way too many channels sometimes. Can I just like... Can I barge into your room?
How do I...
Oh.
Like this?
I barge into your room.
Oh, wow. How do I switch from using M4A1S to the M4A4?
What is that?
Oh. That's weird. Like, why can't I switch that? Hey, does anyone in chat know how to switch this in this version?
Switch what?
The M4A1S to the M4A4.
Oh, you mean guns?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, in load out.
Oh, you just drag it. Okay.
Yeah.
I see.
I don't know gun names. I just know they are like fast guns. I can run around and shoot guns, and it's just I know sniper. I don't know. I have zero knowledge on guns.
Okay, let's see. So, can I wingman? Oh, I can. So it actually preserves all of your levels and stuff.
What's your level? How do I check? That wait.
What level am I? I don't know how to check either.
Yeah, but that badge
Sergeant
looks
rank
impressive.
12.
That looks impressive. How do you check your rank?
I honestly have no idea how to do anything in this game. Alright, it's time to help you and defend you.
Yay.
We're going to do one map and get used to it, so we'll just practice an overpass. The way it works is... Wait, hold on. Not open, but well, I guess now it's closed party because it's just us.
Oh.
Is the map is the same as normal, but it's been slightly modified and shrunken down in where you can go for the sake of it being a 2v2 instead of a 5v5.
So it's smaller.
Yep.
Huh. But
Like
it's
less confusing.
Oh, that's actually good because I keep getting lost in Nuke, Inferno, and the other maps. Ancient, especially.
Never heard of Ancient.
I think it's a new one, question mark?
Okay.
In the competitive mode there is.
I've also forgotten callouts, but I don't think you use callouts anyway.
How do you do callouts?
It's basically, you know, if you see someone in a particular area, you'll say where they are and how many there are.
Don't we use voice chat for that?
Huh? Well, yeah, we're in a voice chat.
Yeah.
My settings are going to be messed up, by the way.
As in guns?
My sensitivity and stuff.
Oh, it's okay. The first time I got into a game, I'm just like tornado in the spot.
Yeah.
No Anubis for wingman. There's Anubis. Can I get Anubis? Or like it's a store thing?
What?
Don't know. Jade mentioned something about Anubis. Oh, there's Anubis. It's 9 ringgit 15 cents. And I get all this cool gun.
No, Anubis is not in the map pool for wingman. I've never heard of that either.
Anubis is a map?
Apparently. This is taking a while to queue.
Yeah. Probably because we're pretty far away? Question mark. So the ping is like weird.
Let me increase the range so we also do Inferno and Nuke. Maybe that'll make it faster to find.
Hopefully. Hi, Ion. I love how my PC is dying just by playing Counter-Strike.
This music is so bad.
You should open your own music. Actually, how does the music sound like? Main menu.
I'm just surprised that they put this music in this game.
Am I in
This
space?
is horrific.
I mean, I guess they're trying to be epic.
Yeah, but like it's just bad.
It's bad epic. You know, like how those like random games out there with epic music but actually jank gameplay. I can't think of an example right now, but there's a few that I played back then.
Why did this take so long?
How long has it been? 1
well,
minute.
we searched for 2 minutes before I reset.
Oh,
there we
there
go.
it is.
Overpass, perfect. That's the one we wanted.
Yeah. I'm at work and friend is sending me stuff.
All right, let's see how bad the settings are. My crosshair might not be transferred over too.
Is that different kind of crosshair?
You can customize it.
Oh.
Oh, I think my one's correct. Well, I mean, this is... okay. I think everything actually transferred. What the heck?
That's
Look,
nice.
Do you like my Glock?
How do you...
That's a negative you just threw.
Oh, it's okay.
You can have it.
I can have it? There's a button F. It's an odd... It's an odd...
Yeah, it's an otter.
And like
Also, really bad ping.
Oh yeah, we're both at 100. This is gonna be fun. It's a new game. They just updated the game engine and that's it.
I think they did a few changes.
Oh. I'm using all... That sounds painful.
I did. I've left the buy zone. Not even true. What is this buy menu?
Ah. I got bullied.
What the heck is this?
Mm.
We're doing fancy poses.
Reminds me of Dota. Coffee, that's the greatest name. I know, right? Coffee's great.
I don't know what the timings are on this. We'll find out.
It's okay. Oh.
He was hiding behind the pillar.
I saw that. Come on, S-Head. I'm coming for you.
Scary. My sensitivity is a little bit low, actually. I think I'll turn it up.
Yeah. I got the bomb.
Okay, that's maybe better. I want to eco.
What is eco?
Don't buy anything, basically.
Oh. Can. I have PP Bison.
what just happened? What happened?
I don't know. You just
You were
suddenly
disconnected.
Oh. This is Malaysia connection time? I don't know. Hey!
Oh, I joined back and then got disconnected.
Oh. Can you not get back anymore?
What the heck?
Yikes. It's just like a bug or something?
It says you were disconnected, reconnect or cancel, and the reconnect is grayed out.
What is that? Yikes.
Failed to connect to match?
Whoa. That's fun.
What? Okay.
Do we need to remake?
Well, if I don't reconnect, it's probably going to give me a warning and say like, "Hey, if you abandon again, you're gonna, you're in trouble."
You're in trouble. Gonna get the bong stick.
Okay, disconnect me. What
Being-
the heck, dude?
Being forcefully disconnected and it still gets the bong stick out. So if you cannot reconnect, I can.
Yeah, I can't reconnect, but if you disconnect, then I think it'll punish you too.
All good. I'll take it. You were disconnected for a abandon? I mean, I'm gonna abandon it. You can reconnect.
Well, it can give you like a half-hour ban and stuff.
Abandoning this game will apply a competitive matchmaking cooldown period. Uh-oh. I mean, if
You should probably just like surrender.
Oh,
But
yeah.
You left instead.
Oh, oops! I pressed the wrong button. I wanted to press cancel. I pressed OK. Well, that's my luck.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, it's 30.
That's okay. What?
Oh, it's 30 minutes.
Yeah, that's what I said. It starts at 30 minutes, and then if you do it again, it like goes up and up and up.
Oh boy. So.
But don't worry, I've got a solution.
Uh-huh.
We are going to. I'm gonna make it. I want to do something good.
I'm just hearing fart noises. I didn't hear you.
Oh, okay, that's good. I'm glad.
What? What'd you say?
I don't know how to set up a custom match.
Oh, we're gonna.
I also got my 30-minute. Oh, sorry, I got it. Yeah. I got 30-minute cooldown.
Mm-hmm.
We're doing a 30-minute cooldown together.
Oh, good. Up to 3 days. Oh, 3 days. Yo. Are we gonna do like one-on-one?
Yeah. I'm trying to find out how to do that though, because there's no thing for this.
Let me leave the lobby and see if I can find out. Private matchmaking? What the hell is this? Share your code with others to let them into your matchmaking pool. Is it this one?
Private matchmaking? That's not an option for me. It's like grayed out.
I can try it.
Oh, I pressed the wrong button, that's why.
No.
Oh, I see. Wait, what?
So I need a code to join.
Oh, no. Private matchmaking is if you want to play matchmaking with, like, a localized group of people. Here, let me... I think I need to cry. I have no idea how to do this anymore.
Why
is this so confusing?
I think they got rid of the custom game, says Jade.
What do you mean they got rid of it? How do you test your own maps? Like, if you make a map and stuff, you have to be able to do this. There's no way you can't do this.
It's CS:GO. Maybe we could try out private matchmaking.
But then it's gonna put us with a bunch of bots.
Can we? Is it possible to bot kill?
Creating a new code will replace the one you are currently. Oh. What? Yeah, this is. Vac was unable to verify the game session for coffee. Okay, so the cooldown applies to this too. You can't queue even in private matchmaking.
Oh no.
Wow. I can't believe I joined your stream 5 minutes later, you get fucking, like, cooldown. Thank you. Amazing game.
CS
Good
is great.
first experience.
First English, I don't know anymore.
I don't know how to do anything.
Everything looks weird. So even casual matchmaking doesn't work anymore?
I don't know.
That's harsh game design. It kinda
They
is.
just fucking punished us for not having a say in the matter.
Yeah.
It disconnected me, forced me to disconnect, and then gave me a cooldown.
Yeah. And that's kind of bullshit. Actually, that's fucking bullshit. Then
Okay, we'll just go to an empty public server.
Empty what?
So like we can never mind. I'm pressing on it and it doesn't do anything. It just like there's a little loading thing around my cursor and then stops.
Yikes.
What has this game become?
Yikes. Is that Counter-Strike 1.6 here? Or is it no more?
I'm gonna restart my game. Maybe it's broken.
Counter-Strike source 1.6 complete. One anthology. What?
Anyone in chat know what's going on here?
Not me.
Oh, there we go. I got the game servers listing.
How do you find the game servers?
If you go to your play and then press the internet button next to practice at the top.
Oh, community
And
server.
then you have to set it to Counter-Strike 2 in the thing and then press search.
Whoa.
But weirdly, they have... Oh, here we go. Counter-Strike 2. The problem is I think there's going to be like people in all of these.
Is it gonna be like lots of people?
Oh wait, no, there's not people in all of these. I just need to find a 1v1 server, and then we can play together.
Nice.
I don't know how to find a 1v1 server, because I don't know how to search using a query, because they make everything confusing!
I pressed search, nothing came out.
Yeah, I can't do 1v1 either. It's okay, because if I find one, I can just invite you.
Nice.
Why is this so confusing now?
Because it's Counter-Strike? Yep. Custom maps haven't bought Valve any money. Yeah, Valve needs that money.
Yep. Yep.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
We're yipping.
Yep.
Yep.
We have lots of yips.
Ooh, shiny.
Yep.
Ooh.
Yeah, you're gonna get yipped on.
Yep.
I don't even know what game mode these are.
Did they not like show?
Wait, there are no custom maps anywhere. None of these are custom maps. These are all official maps.
Yikes.
Wait, really? There's just no such thing as custom maps in CS2?
Guess it's gone.
So we've been put on cooldown and we can't do anything.
Maybe that's a harsh punishment for
It wasn't
doing
even
nothing.
our fault.
Yeah, for doing nothing.
What the fuck is this game?
I love
I
Counter
see why
Strike.
people get frustrated at this now.
Yeah.
You do nothing and you get punished.
There's always
We
casual.
can't even practice together, dude.
Oh, it's strike
Like, it
too.
doesn't let you queue anything.
Oh, not even casual.
Let me try practice wingman overpass go. Okay, so it lets me in that. Maybe I can invite you to this.
In practice?
Yeah.
Oh, Stinky. Also, hi, Dried Tube.
Okay, so click this and no. Click.
I can click
Can
this.
you join?
Well,
Are you able to join?
I don't know. Did you send me anything?
No, you need to like click on my thing.
Oh. I don't see the join button.
Great. I
Oh.
don't think you can join people in practice.
Maybe if I join your lobby first and then go practice?
Okay, let's try that.
Yeah.
I am in an open party.
I'm barging in.
Okay, I set it to practice. Wingman.
Oh.
Overpass. Go. Did it work?
I don't know. Pengu Star, hi. Something changed, I think. My screen is black. I need to establish a connection with the game server. I got disconnected.
Okay, so it doesn't even let us practice.
Practice guy.
It does not want us to practice together.
This game's great. CSGO Fair Play Guidelines. Play to win. Wingman play to win. Play the full match.
Yeah, well I can't if you disconnect me.
Yeah. I'm getting numbed. Great game.
What the
Hell yeah.
heck?
Hell yeah. We love Counter Strike.
I secretly came in here just to get you banned.
Nah, I'm not banned. I'm not banned. Just a cooldown. I'm not getting the hammer yet.
What if I join you, right?
Oh yeah.
Think about it. Wait, I can't join you.
Why?
Go to play and press open party.
Oh yeah, okay.
Okay, and then I click you, join, and now you try to go to practice wingman overpass.
Practice wingman overpass. Go. Something happened.
Yeah, but I don't know if it lets me in.
Wait, hopefully. I'm in?
Well, we'll see. Unable to establish connection.
This game is great. Is it our connection?
We only had 100 ping to each other.
Yeah.
That's like not a lot for how far away we are.
The 100 ping is like honestly really good. Well, not for this game, but it's good in general.
I don't know what to do.
You wanna try out casual? Oh, can we go casual matchmaking?
I mean, I'll join you, and then you can try queuing anything.
Right. Are you here?
Mm-hmm.
That's two? Okay, sure. Vac was
unable to verify game session for coffee.
What does that mean?
What? I don't know what that means.
He said... what if I join yours? What if I give you the... Nope,
Is there something I'm missing that makes it so that Valve's anti-cheat lets me do stuff?
It's just shit Valve server. Coffee needs to restart game. Didn't Coffee restart game already?
Restart. I did already restart my game.
Okay, how about I try to restart then?
But no, it says it can't verify the game for me.
Maybe it's on my end that messes with your internet. I'm willing to try anything at this point. Again, game's great. Counter-Strike 2 is amazing, wow.
The competitive ban blocks casual too. Oh.
No, no way.
So we have to sit here for another 17 minutes.
Game's great.
Like, you can't even play with your like direct friends. What?
Y'all got put in the dance corner.
So never play competitive CS2 until they fix this, I guess.
Yeah, it just disconnects randomly. Right.
Our servers are bad, we're gonna punish you.
How about this? I try to join your room and you try to queue something.
Nope.
Game zero copy.
Why is it me and not you?
I don't know.
Why are you not getting punished?
Wait, I got...
Wait, is it because... No, my profile's public, right? I remember that was a thing where you needed your profile to be public for some stuff.
I got raid. Oh, it's Astro. Jazz Order, hi.
Oh, hi, Jazz. Jazz. Jazz Otter.
You know Jazz. Nice.
Hello.
Let me do this real quick. Thanks for the follow, Jazz. Let me do this. Resident Evil 2? Is it the remake version or the...
Confirmed coffee. It's me.
Yeah, it's coffee.
I just got me and Tylra absolutely bamboozled by Valve. We are banned and banished.
Hi everyone for the raid. Playing the remake, Claire, for the first time. Haven't played before. Nice. I played it for the Spooky Month too, last year, I believe. Fun. Vac banned? Really? Just for...
No, I don't think I was VAC banned. I'm just on cooldown. I literally have just downloaded this game.
Hey, look, Counter-Strike is great, okay?
I joined, we started the game, we started the Wingman game. We played half a round, and then I got disconnected forcibly.
Hello.
I couldn't reconnect, and then it called me down. It was like, no, you're not allowed now, because our servers can't connect you.
And then the restart, the reconnect button is just grayed out. Like, great.
Yep, it doesn't even let me press the reconnect button.
Astro recommended, and I'm always down to chill with more QTs. Wow, I'll take it. Thank you. Oh yeah, everyone from the raid. Hi, I'm Tylra. Kobo. I'm a Kobo. Play a bunch of games. I like dragons. I do. I very rarely.
Blushes, hides behind hands.
Just not like this, but add blush to it. Oh, do I have to speak Chinese now? Uh-oh. Hey, And the pee pee poo poo mic? At least Coffee doesn't listen to the pee pee poo poo mic.
Wow.
Yeah. And full Kobo experience. Look, Coffee, if I speak like 如果我讲华语的话，你听得懂吗？
听懂。
Okay. I get it. I mean, it's fair. Look, I'll speak the minimum amount of Chinese. How about that? Oh my gosh, you guys like that pee pee poo poo mic? You guys like to listen to a pee pee poo poo mic while I wait for like 12 minutes for the cooldown? I love how we cannot even go casual. The fang thing is weird. Oh, I did see Pink Blue Star mention something about verifying the integrity of game files.
I mean, I literally just installed it, but I'll try it.
Maybe I should. Oh. Time to watch more street food. You mean food crimes? Okay, not all are good not all are food crimes. Most of them are great. Okay, not gonna lie. But the most food crime I've seen is like from Taiwanese street food and also Indonesia street food. I think the last one I watched was the Taiwanese street food that they're trying to grill a clam, but then they just sort of they accidentally drop the clam juice and that breaks my soul. Oh yeah, oyster juice. That broke me. They just dropped the oyster juice, like what? Or clam, whatever that is, I don't know, it hurts. It's like all the flavor gone. Gem. Hi Brian. My child brain is dying at pee pee poo poo mic. You like that? Actually, I'm not even speaking Chinese. Let me do this real quick. Nah, I'm not gonna speak Chinese now. It's fine. I can always do this.
Yeah, they spent 3,000 points on it.
Yeah, I mean, it's rare for me to speak Chinese, so that's fine. Here, let me do this real quick. There. Usually when people...
I verified.
Nice. Usually when people redeem the Chinese one, they just want to see the closed caption goes apeshit. I have 50k here from lurking. Ayo. People might sounds like a train station announcement. Yeah. I like hearing you speak Chinese. Actually, I do enjoy speaking Chinese because it's my, what do you call that, mother tongue. Did you open the game?
Yeah, I still can't search for a match.
Okay.
It screams at me.
It just screams like, do you still get the VEC was unable to verify?
Yeah.
Oh boy. What is VAC?
Valve anti-cheat.
Oh. Did you cheat?
Yeah, I downloaded the game for the first time, like live on the stream, and I actually hacked it real quick as well while it was downloading.
Wow. It's so fast.
Sort of like, yeah, I'm pretty fast, dude.
Yeah. Nice cheating. Coffee hacks. Coffee is so fast, but
basically it's quite simple. I got a wrench, right, and as it was downloading I jammed it into my computer and adjusted a few nuts here and there, and yeah, that's about it. Very specific though, you couldn't do it on your own.
Sounds like a tough one.
Yep.
Ken Skater. Ken Skater. Thank you. Welcome.
We have 9 minutes left.
Wait, how come you have 9 minutes left by 8 minutes?
Because my one took a while to figure it out.
Oh yeah, true. I just immediately abandoned it. I mean, I wanted to surrender, but I just pressed the wrong button. The Kobo brain just kinda hard sometimes.
So never touch Wingman again.
But Wingman looks fun though. Exactly. Just now time for y'all to grab sippies or grab coffee. You know what I have? I have strawberry milk on my hand right now. I have a packet of strawberry milk. How'd you get the matchmaking cooldown? Did you team kill? Nah. Coffee got forcefully disconnected, and I was like, oh, then I'll just leave, and then we can matchmaking again.
What is a bird's favorite drink?
I mean, I did tell them not to do that because they would get punished, and they did it anyway.
No, because I pressed the wrong button. I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go
Kobold's
surrender.
got 2 brain cells.
It's been proven. What is bird's favorite drink? What? What is a bird's favorite drink? That's for my phone. I forgot to mute it.
Coffee.
Coffee? Oh my god. Do not. Get coffee called out. Hey, look, we have 6 minutes left. Hey, Jay, we don't say that. You don't just pull a putang inamo out of anywhere. You wanna try?
I got back ban.
You wanna try out Wingman again after this?
No, no, I don't.
It could work this time. I mean, if it didn't work,
I doubt it. We'll just go into the practice thing and then clear the bots out, and then we can just play against each other without repercussion.
Hell yeah!
And I can show you how good I am at the game.
I trust that. You were doing a lot of head shoots just now. I pull a putang inamo when the same old bird jokes get thrown around for a quintillion time. Okay, you know what? That's justified. Snake DTs. It has been a while since I last shown my snake characters. But I just like Kobo a lot more. No, we have 4 minutes left. We're almost
Not
there.
even true. We have 5 minutes left.
Oh, that's on your end.
Bonk.
Why is there a bonk going on? I'm getting boomed. I'm getting booped. You know what? Actually, I can always change this. I feel like there's someone that needs boop more than me. Currently, anyway. Their coffee gets all the pets and boops.
I'm crying.
Yeah.
I'm crying.
Yeah. That's why. See, I can do it.
Guys, I got banned. I tried. I downloaded 35 gigabytes into my fragile system.
Who is friend? Oh yeah, I should have done this.
Yo, what's up, guys? It's me, Coffee Make Stuff. Always making stuff. On twitch.tv/Coffee Make Stuff.
There.
Currently making stuff.
Are you currently making stuff?
I mean, you know,
The app?
No, I'm not making stuff. I might have been lying this whole time.
It's okay, I'm not making stuff on it as well. I've been very
Yeah,
lazy.
but you're not called Tylra, Kobo, Make Stuff.
Okay, fair.
Yeah, currently making Steam mad.
How do we make Steam mad just because we're far away? Making progress towards the timer ending. See? That's making stuff.
3 minutes left.
2 minutes. I'm 1 minute faster
3.
than you. Haha. I got the cobalt speed. Can I ask
You
Coffee's
ask Coffee's pronouns?
Uh-huh.
I mean, take a guess. Make a safe guess.
I always go for them if I don't know.
It doesn't really matter to me. You can call me whatever you want to call me.
Oh, okay.
I think that labeling things is stupid.
That's fair. Making yourself cry. Isn't that my...
You like my hoodie? Yeah, I stole it. Stole it off a dead guy.
Ayo? Where's mine?
There was only one.
Oh. Guess I'll steal one soon. One minute.
2 minutes.
We got this.
We can do this. We can wait.
We can wait.
Woohoo!
We can wait for 2 minutes. And we're waiting because this game is great. Totally did not force us to get into this cooldown.
1 minute.
Oh, we're almost there. Is it gonna be like mega punctual? It's like, okay, 30 minute, 30 minute.
I think that if you get another one, it ends up being like 10 hours or something.
Oh, I thought it's gonna be like 1 hour.
No, it's steep.
True.
What is a bird's favorite stage entertainment?
Bird's favorite stage of entertainment?
Oh no, sorry, it's 30 minutes, then it's 2 hours, then 24 hours, and then a week.
I thought Jet sets out to 3 days. And it's a week. Okay, okay.
The Talent Show.
I'm gonna cry. What? Oh, it's gone. Competitive cooldown expired. Yay. Reason, you abandoned the last match. Yeah, I totally did. Alright, now it's waiting for your turn.
If it happens again, I can like send them an email like, Brotinskis, your server's disconnected me, and I have been banned twice. I have not gotten any good experience out of this. Give me money.
Give me money. Can I get refund? Refund?
Refund me.
But then this game currently is free, you know?
Refund me my 35 gigabytes.
I'm buying RAM. I don't care anymore.
Come on. Oh, it's done.
Yay! Let me barge into your room.
Join me. Let's
Yay!
go.
Yay! Let's CS go. CS2 is free. As far as I know, yeah, it's free.
Yeah, it is. It's free now, and they are confident that their anti-cheat systems will make it fine.
I'm back. What I missed? Hey, Ryuki, you missed a unable to establish a connection with the game server. Oh, goodbye.
Oh, what the heck?
What is this?
We just waited all this time and we can't even play?
Together? A cutie
I am
some
sobbing, weeping, crying. I'm devastated.
Correction, we are devastated. Also, Ryuki, you missed a riveting gameplay that is 30 minutes of us waiting for the competitive cooldown.
Yeah.
Hi, Legs.
Hold on, I'm just gonna kill this this bot and then I'll be happy. I just need to get one kill, you know, that'll help me.
That will satisfy the hunger of shooting heads.
I did shoot the head.
Nice. That's a
okay.
Good...
I mean, all right. Join me.
All right.
We're gonna go matchmaking casual. We can do this.
Failed to join session.
What?
I don't know anymore. Oh wait, I mean, yeah.
Back was unable to verify game session for coffee.
Coffee, what did you do? Why would you hack this game?
What? The cooldown is over.
Yeah. What the fuck?
I am extremely sad.
Same. I cannot play with my... Can I say my dragon? Would that be...
Is there something I'm missing? Is there a verification step that I'm missing?
Turn off the wall hacks and try again? I don't know. You even verified the integrity of files. It should be no problem. Do I need to restart my PC? That would be a little bit too much, no? How about practice?
Let's see.
Oh, you tried practice just now, right?
So apparently the many ways of fixing this is change your Steam name, change your Steam profile picture, opting in and out of beta patch, and then verify integrity of game files.
What?
Of course.
You need to change your profile. You need to change your identity, pretty much.
Okay, let's see. Reboot your computer, restart the game as admin, restart PC. Why did they say reboot computer and restart PC? Like, those are different things?
Aren't they the same thing?
Repair the Steam client, completely reinstall CS.
You're gonna download 35 gigs or 37 gigs of file.
What is this?
Why'd you
Okay, let me try every single suggestion.
How about
so my name will now be Coffee Make Stuff.
Alright. Have you turned off fan on?
I will change my profile picture. My profile picture is now going to be Pufferfish.
Yes. But there's no more dragon?
No more dragon. I'm a Pufferfish now.
Fine, Pufferfish is also friend.
I already verified integrity of game files. I need to run the game as admin. We'll do that one.
How do you even run the game as admin in Steam?
You just have to go to the files and then run it from there.
Oh, that makes sense. Oh, Fefe makes stuff. Oh no, no. Pufferfish VTuber? Isn't the pufferfish sound just like moaning? Sort of. Just don't make the fish sound. You're lucky that I don't have a soundboard.
Betas? I'm not in any betas, okay?
Am I? I'm pretty sure I'm
Tilda
not.
ah.
Tilda.
I have nothing. Hold on, let's.
No beta.
Installed files. There is no thing to run the game in my installed files.
Really?
Oh, here it is.
It's not even...
cs2.exe.
Oh,
Run
okay.
as administrator. I'm doing everything in my power.
I feel that. Why is that puffer fish? I see the
That's Dr. G.
Who?
Dr. G. Join me.
I'm joining you.
Alright, here we go.
This is gonna work.
Some of your game files have been detected to have no signature or invalid signatures. You'll not be allowed to join VAC secured servers.
What'd you do, Coffee? Oh.
This is a very good game.
Yeah, I know, right? Counter-Strike's great. It's great. Yeah. You get to shoot for 10 seconds and then ban you
and then
forcefully.
You get absolutely banned.
Yeah. Verify game cache. What is this? I don't know anymore. So it looks like I got counter-struck. Yeah, Coffee did.
I did.
Coffee totally did.
I'm furious, and I'm also angry.
Wait, aren't those two the same thing?
Exactly.
Nice.
Okay, join me. We're gonna do it this time. It's gonna work.
Yeah, I trust. Hi, Perry. How you doing? I'm doing pretty okay. Getting bullied by Counter-Strike though.
What did I do?
I'm just here laughing. I don't know what to do.
What did I do? How dare I try to play this game? How dare I?
Yeah, this is how the game drives people away, I guess. Did I got lucky? I'm pretty sure I got lucky.
I am extremely sad.
It's okay, you get head pets from me. There.
I am so very sad.
Actually, what if
I'm gonna restart Steam. That's another suggestion they say.
Oh. Alright, I'm gonna wait for you to restart. Did you not restart your PC? Oh wait, no, you didn't.
I can try that after, but I doubt that's gonna fix anything.
True. It's just it didn't. Nah. Sounds like the game is kicking your asses right now. Specifically, Coffee's
Really
ass.
does not like me.
I don't know why. It's so funny.
I'm 10 sad. I am 20 sad.
If this one works, would it be reduced to like
All right,
5
I'm ready.
sad? Alright, I cannot join. Alright, I'm
You
joining.
can't join?
Yeah, I'm joining. Yay, it's a pufferfin.
Yeah, okay, alright.
Yeah,
So this isn't happening, I guess.
I don't know.
Can't play this game.
It's just Bag was unable to verify the game session for Coffee. Why? What does that even mean?
I'm so sad.
Oh, what if you try like solo queue? Would that work?
No, it didn't. I also tried that. It didn't work.
Oh, that also didn't work. Shit. What if you need to went through like the excruciating pain of reinstalling the game?
I really don't want to do that.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
I did literally just install this.
Yeah, I know. Excruciating pain.
Run Steam as an administrator?
Can you? Oh, maybe. I mean, running anything as administrator just sounds promising at this point. Or maybe I should. Okay, you know what? Just. Yeah, I'm gonna restart.
What?
Steam. Because why not?
Why would you need to?
I don't know. Maybe that helps in whatever way possible. I mean, restarting Steam is not no big deal.
People are saying that changing their name fixes it.
Just the name? Oh, that's a nice looking avatar. How many points do I have? 57. How the fuck do I have 57k Steam coins?
This better not be it. Someone 21 days ago said that they had to enable synchronizing their system time with the Microsoft servers, and then it worked. What?
Oh my god, oh my god.
Sorry, I beg your pardon?
That is so scary.
I'm synchronizing right now.
Wow, alright.
Okay, I have synchronized.
Okay.
If this works, I'm gonna fucking throw my computer out the window.
No, if it works, you should reduce your sad points to 5.
True. I will only be 7 sad.
Yeah, 7 sad. That sounds pretty good.
Okay. I'm ready. I'm ready.
JD has 180k. How? We love spooters here? Yeah. Alright, I'm coming. That actually works.
What? Okay, I'm gonna cancel because like that means we can do whatever we want. Are you kidding me?
That actually
It
works.
was my system time.
Thanks, Steam. Thanks.
Oh my god.
Thanks, Steam. Yeah, that's cool. Alright, okay.
Oh my god, dude.
Oh, wow. Coffee's in the system.
Dude, how dare I fake my time?
Yeah, holy shit. How dare I try to do a time stop?
We're going into wingman. We're gonna play 1v1 just for a few rounds until I feel safe, and then when I feel safe, we can go into an actual match.
Alright, okay. Then I probably can only do like one actual match.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah, this I got bad. I cannot get in.
What?
Do I need to match the server time as well?
Hold on. No. We're just gonna go into a casual match. It's fine. We're just gonna do a casual match.
Okay.
I'm. Oh.
This game's great. What if it disconnects me once I get in? Counter-Strike 2 game has been in the development for 11 years. Ask Gabe Newell at gabenewellgmail.com. Not even...
I'm baffled. I'm shocked and I'm baffled.
I am dumbfounded. I got Ixen.
Maybe I should stream. Now that we have it running.
Oh.
If I get in here, I'll do my stream.
Then I can rain to you afterwards. Hi, Ixen. Want some bombs with that?
Does that mean I would have to keep doing Counter-Strike?
And I mean, not necessarily. You could do whatever you want.
I could try getting back banned again.
Getting back banned any % speed run. Hello, Ixen. How was Beyond All Reason? Hopefully that was good. Also, welcome in, Raiders. My name is Tylra. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. Love dragons.
I could also do another game. I have a few that I have been playing.
What game is that?
Oh, sorry, Trackmania. I've been playing a bit. That's fun.
I started playing 7 Days to Die again.
Why is it taking so long?
I'm concerned. Y'all cute, ayo. It's okay, dragons are cute.
Trackmania could be good. That's probably what I'll do if I go live.
I can see what that is.
Because this game is very hard. Like, CS is very hard.
No, it's not.
It is.
It's not hard. It's just hard trying to get into a match.
I had to fake my identity as a pufferfish to get in.
And also synchronize the system time with with whatever Microsoft is. Is it normal for casual to queue this long? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
As a pufferfish. Coffee went for the dragon to a pufferfish just to play Counter-Strike.
I actually have to pretend to be a pufferfish.
The dragon is too powerful. It's not allowed. No, I
Why is it taking so long?
Hey, yo,
Maybe they're onto me.
They're like, coffee? Oh, we're not coffee. We're tea. We're tea beings here.
Dude, they like Valve frantically in their headquarters right now verifying my system time.
It's like, this one looks...
Check it again! Check it again!
This one looks sus. I need food and stuff. Alright, Axon. Thanks for the raid again. Go take care of yourself. The post-stream can stuff.
Working.
No, you're gonna trust it is. They're gonna believe in the 420 mark. Once it reaches 420, it's gonna have... Yeah, 420 is gonna have a match. Look at this. Now we're almost there. 420. It's gonna work.
Not gonna work.
There it is. There it is.
Doesn't work.
Boom, boom, boom. Okay, game. That's weird. But the game just doesn't allow a dragon and a Kobo to hang out, huh?
I'm in the UK, Jade.
Oh. Why is that man in US 5 seconds off the system? I mean, UK to Malaysia. UK to Malaysia is pretty far, but how are we getting like 100 ping only?
Speed of light's pretty crazy.
True. You don't have to.
I don't have a British accent. Do I sound American to you?
I don't know how they sound. I just know English.
Actually, Evie, that was my nose you booped, and I am not a kobold.
Oh, you might be.
No, I'm not. I sound American. Really?
Kinda, yeah. Uh-oh.
If you heard me next to an American, I don't think you'd be saying that.
How about Malaysian English?
But you can't. You didn't. You booped me. It's impossible.
It's okay now. Now the boop is directed at Coffee. Coffee needs it. You sound more British to me. American has a twang.
A twang.
Twang?
I got a twang.
You got a twang?
Want to hear Coffee's American accent now?
I want.
Impression. Oh god. Okay. I mean, in England we say coffee, and in America they go coffee. Coffee.
Coffee.
Right?
Coffee.
You hear it now? I say coffee. They say coffee. Because they don't know how to go or. In fact, or in like English is only really heard in like outside of America. The sound or. It's like that phonetic is barely heard in America. So they just replace it with other phonetics.
Didn't think about that. I just go copy. Welcome to Malaysian English. Copy. That's how I read out the American Spice chat.
I don't think we're finding a match.
What do you mean? It's only been 7 minutes. Why?
Right, let's see. What can we do here? Increase the pool to everything? Like, what about this one?
What is that? The Fuso Group Sigma?
Sigma.
Ayo. Hey ho, sweetie, thanks for the stream. Gonna be heading off and prep point redeems because I now need to think of a stupid shit to put for people to use. Oh, okay. Have fun thinking. It took a while for me to do it, but yeah, it takes time. Thanks for hanging around. You got the all? I mean, I guess Malaysia is like British. What do you call that? I don't know what to call that in English. 英国统治期. History. England used to conquer Malaysia. Yeah.
England used to conquer everything,
Yeah.
and now we can't even conquer ourselves.
We cannot conquer Counter-Strike. In Malaysia, the most important phrase is "kan." Yeah, kan. Kan and la. Yeah, yeah. Pretty much. We just put la in everything. Like at the every.
Yeah, I don't think we can find anything here. I think we're out of luck.
We're out of luck. Oh wait, actually, let me change one setting. If I remember correctly, there's this
Max acceptable matchmaking ping.
9.
350.
Okay. Yeah, let's do it. Why not? Alright, that's 350.
We should be able to find a match in no time now. Easy peasy.
Yeah. You better
That's
restart.
probably why I got disconnected.
Because it's more than 350?
Yeah. They probably thought, well, he'd prefer to be VAC banned.
Oh my god.
He'd like his settings obviously tell.
Oh my god, no way, that actually works.
Okay, are you ready to play the laggiest game of your life?
Oh, I am so ready. What? We can go bad guy.
Yeah,
right?
but it might have just like blipped up for a moment, Jade, and then it was like, yeah, well, you know, might as well quit. I'm a terrorist.
We
okay,
are
hold on. In Minecraft.
182. You're 17. Your ping is so good.
Wait,
I'm the
what?
only.
My ping is great.
My ping is 200. That's my problem, not yours. So it's because of me we cannot find a match.
Maybe, I don't know.
Oh yeah, because we're both too far away.
I'm really sorry. You're gonna have such a bad connection.
Nah, all good. Look. I don't play this game in a serious way. I just want to shoot guns. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, but those guns aren't gonna shoot with this connection.
It's okay. I can hear the gun shoot. That's good enough. Crunchy. Kobo at 127. Coffee at 106. Tasty 200 ping. Crunchy. You love the 200 ping.
There's so many people. I didn't realize that casual was played 10v10.
Yeah. So that's why I
That's
chose to play competitive.
Chaos.
Right? And then everyone just snipes because everyone gets so much money just by killing someone else. Now see, the thing is, at least when I press tab, I don't see any Chinese names anymore. Ow.
What is that soundtrack?
I don't know, looks like custom one.
It's terrible. Doodle-doo-doo-doo. Oh yeah, I got money, dude. Hold on.
I'm going in with BPP John.
What is this buy menu?
My
I'm going in with a scout.
Alright, 218 ping. This game is easy, I'm telling you. Look at this. I'm going out, spraying.
Oh no, my game froze. What the heck?
You got back banned again?
No, my game just like, as soon as the guy was on the screen, my entire game froze and I couldn't do anything. This is such a good game.
Yeah. We cannot say this is a... we can never say this is a bad game because it's not. It's objectively
just such a good game.
It's just that our PC is not enough to handle this greatness that is called Counter-Strike.
It's my fault. Gaming. My stream is called gaming.
Nice. We love gaming.
I'm gonna put bicep emoji.
Bicep?
Yeah, that's right.
Alright, how about P90? that your bicep? That looks like a knife.
Wait, I'm alive? I'm
Yeah,
at
yeah.
2 FPS.
How are you at 2 FPS?
Okay, don't 4K game in this.
Oh hell yeah. No, just go 360p, that's good enough.
Wait, I can't even lower the resolution?
Wow, good game. We'd love to see it.
What do I do?
Whoa! I have double bullet noises just now.
Dude, don't kill me. No, don't do it. I can't. Oh god. How do I turn down my resolution scaling?
I want to be like a fucking boss.
That is so British. We are in a British server, that's how we know.
That didn't sound British to me.
I don't know, everything sounds... Every proper English sounds British to me. Good game, no issues. Perfect 10 out of 10. I love how this guy just gives out and uses the knife and no one cares. Are you watching this riveting gameplay in 2 frames per second?
Okay.
Ooh.
I should be at much better performance now.
Oh nice, so no more 10.
Oh my god, I can fucking move.
Yo, let's go! Coffee can move!
Wait, I need armor. Where is the armor? Oh my god.
Oh, casual,
Wait.
you don't need to buy armor.
What?
Yeah, casual automatically have armor.
Dude, that's so cash.
Yeah, it's very cash. Such casual behavior. Just smokes here.
Yeah, I don't know any angles.
It's okay, I'm just trying to shoot with my P90.
Wait, no one's this way?
I don't know where everyone is.
Oh my god, I just got orbed and I didn't die. I died.
I killed someone! Oh my god, I'm the best gamer.
You're so cool!
I killed someone, I'm so good.
It's because you synchronized your system time, there's no other way.
Yeah, there's no other way. I hacked the system. I actually just I can look
That's not what I wanted.
I can look 5 seconds ahead of time.
We are all going B. Everyone.
Alright,
Not a single
B.
person.
We love B, alright, B's good, B's good. What's better than A, B? Oh yikes. It's crunchy. That just what is
we are
that?
holding behind, right?
You see what I'm seeing, right?
Oh, I'm lagging again. Oh no.
Yikes. Ah, my
I'm fine
280.
again. I'm lagging again.
Is it too many bullets for your system to handle?
I think a single person just cleared out all of us.
Oh, you're right. 5 kills. That's cool. Hey,
Good job, Pando.
I got the kill.
No, it's impossible. Obviously, they're cheating.
Yeah.
VAC ban, system times off. System times off.
Yeah, the system time doesn't sync with the Microsoft server.
Yeah, if their system time isn't the same as the Microsoft server, that is like hard evidence that they are cheating.
Yeah. Just gonna ban them afterwards. At least give them like a 30 minutes wait time.
Yeah.
And that's
I'm
at
gonna
least.
have to agree with you.
Right. It's only fair, it's only fair.
These guys buy stuff so fast. Like the start round thing is so short.
Yeah, because it's casual.
I'm not fast enough.
Yikes, I cannot see anything. I survived somehow.
Are we going B?
I
guess
have
we're
no
going
idea.
B.
This
No,
is.
we're going B.
This looks like A.
Someone's going A for some reason.
I don't know. I'm at A.
Oh, it's you.
I killed someone.
Yo, you're crazy.
I'm crazy with the P90. They don't even stand a chance.
The bomb is B. We shouldn't be going. Why is everyone focusing on A?
Because
it's in the thing. Wait, I have to clear this? Yeah, okay.
Oh,
game over.
You're alone. You got this, coffee. I believe.
Why is my cursor jumping? Wait, where's the jump spot? Where's the boost? Oh, there it is.
It's okay, it's just a warm up round.
Everything.
Yeah, it's just warm up. It doesn't count.
He stole my AK. Oh, he didn't steal it. No, he stole my AK.
I got a bomb.
Yo.
I got a
You
bomb.
have been chosen.
Yeah. B.
I'm gonna deagle. Deagle.
Deagle. We win.
Deagle up mid.
This is mid.
Okay, B is riddled with bad guys.
A has one, I think. I saw one. With my turn 80 ping, I see something.
I think we're going. Yeah, you're going A, right?
Yeah.
Oh, up, top mid.
I'm in A. I'm getting shot behind. Nah, you don't shoot.
Oh yeah, there is no coffee. It's pufferfish. It's me, Dr. G.
Oh, true.
The participant.
I'm the backup plan.
I am a participant. It is me.
Yeah, you participated. Wait, since when you can vote for next map? What is vertical? So you
I
think?
can't remember how the layout of vertigo is. It has open areas and closed areas, and it's scary.
Oh no! You think we can?
Where are you?
We can go good guy, bad guy, good guy, good guy. We
Up
can
to
go.
you.
Yeah, let's go counter terrorist. Congrats, you get a participant ribbon! Yay! Hey, you like the gift?
Ow!
Why is that owl so delayed? Ow. After getting shot 148 times, ow. I don't know where I am.
Yeah, this game is very hard.
I can definitely see that. Oh, I'm at A.
I forgot how hard this game is.
Can I actually jump off? Oh shit, I can jump off. Okay. Oh. I can Oh, I can jump off. I see. Alright. Don't stop.
Oh no.
Mom, Tylra
There's
shooting
only
me
two people
again.
going B.
Oh, I cannot see anything. There's like 10,000 people here.
Okay, so they're A.
No, it's like to the map. It's like they're in the middle. Intrusive thoughts be like happens on stream, gone wrong. Gonna look at my pufferfish.
Yo,
We're so good.
we're kind of crazy.
Yeah,
Me and you really carrying right now.
I know, right? We're too good. Didn't we stand a chance?
I did not mean to get a decoy grenade.
Cave troll decoy?
Of course, a decoy.
Can I throw inside? Oh, I cannot. Who's messaging me? Oh! It's okay, I died because I tried to carry. Why'd you send me?
Oh, they're behind. They're behind. What the heck?
Oh, you're playing the game. I want to try it. The game. Oh. Is that Mizu Jaggy? I don't know who that blue bird is and Rathalos. Wow.
I don't know any angles. I'm scared.
It's okay. You got this. I believe. Malfestio or this like. You RNG into Rathalos?
Guys, retarded or something, you fucking idiots.
Okay, can you hear the deaf the deaf
Hey, motherfucker.
mic?
Where are they?
Oh,
where's the bomb?
Fucking motherfucker.
I'm crazy.
You're crazy. Oh my god. You're actually carrying.
Hey, shut the fuck up and get a mic, motherfucker.
I'm insane.
You're insane. I'm being carried. The P90.
Wait, where are you? I'm following you.
Alright,
we're going together.
Yeah, okay. Might die though because
Me
I'm
and you, besties.
Yeah. Besties, oh my god. Going here, we might die here. I don't know why I'm here, but we're here anyway. Oh, we got the bomb. Oh. Oh wow. Oh, wow. See, I'm adapting because I'm playing in 200 plus ping. I'm using the P90 and just like hold down my mouse button and it works.
Follow me.
Alright, I'm following you.
I'll protect you.
Yeah.
Watch my 1Ds.
Alright.
My 1Ds.
What's
People
a-
still say that?
What's a 1D? That sounds Chinese.
Yeah, something like that.
Oh,
Oh, sorry.
I cannot see anything. Nah, you getting the gift. Kobo is the pro in the gift. That's my teammate, I'm sorry.
That's me.
No, there's someone else down there as well.
Oh.
It's okay.
I think they're on. Well, the bomb is here, so we should be camping bomb.
Yeah, we should be fine.
We don't want to go this far down. The bomb is literally here, so we should definitely just camp it.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah. I killed someone.
Good job. Good job.
Yeah. Negative. See, I'm following you.
Well, if we keep going the same way, we get used to the angles, right? That's how you learn.
Yeah, that's how we learn. I agree. Hell yeah, I
Watch
like
this
it.
one, Deke. You ready?
Yeah. Ooh. Do you want me to suppress fire?
No. I got the Juan Deke.
Alright, you got the Juan D. Okay, I trust you, It might just ran away.
Okay, I think there might be B.
Yeah, it's too quiet
Oh,
here.
he's there. One Deke, you ready?
Okay, yeah.
No, okay, the one Deke didn't work.
Oh
I got
no!
91 though.
You kill my dragon? You are, I tell you, you mati kau. It's gone.
He's there.
Oh yeah. Wait, is it the same person that got you?
Yeah.
Oh. Oh.
That's okay.
I tried.
Now I can really play my best game because I can use my best gun.
So do I 1D now?
Yeah. It's very rewarding to
Yeah.
1D.
Yeah, let me 1D real quick. I assume 1D is one shot Desert
You just
Eagle
dink them on
headshot.
the head. Yeah.
Alright, let me try that. You're getting shot.
Oh, I lagged. I was
Oh,
frozen
no.
completely. Why does this game always lag when you're like when you see an enemy?
Maybe they need to recompile the shader real quick.
Hold on. We gotta do some work in the back. We're gonna mine some Bitcoin.
Oh, ayo.
Your computer is now forfeit.
It is now forced to mine bitcoins. Oh, is it a snake gun? Oh, it looks really good. Golden snake too. Oh, they threw away the golden snake gun. Big fan. Oh.
My OBS is broken.
Oh, EX, you're streaming?
No, like I'm not streaming, but I can't use OBS. Every time I launch it, the screens are just completely blank.
Is it
Like
because you
it's like
sync?
super glitchy.
Is it because you sync with the Microsoft time server?
Oh yeah, I was cheating. So
yeah. That makes sense. Auto team balance. Why is
Where
there
are we
only
going?
like...
Let's go.
Yeah.
I'm just
will.
not very fast at buying.
It's
Wait,
okay.
what is this? What is this area?
Oh.
Oh, I see.
Can we hide?
Yeah, it's like a nice little spot. This game is so laggy.
True. Even my PC is like encoding overloaded constantly when I look at OBS. And I have my settings on the lowest possible. I have a knife.
The fuck was that noise?
Is it me changing gun?
No. This game is so laggy. Okay, we need to fucking rotate. Rotate.
What is rotate?
And go back to B. Like if we're on A and we rotate, it means go to B.
Okay. Where's B? I could run in front of you.
Go.
I'm going in! It's here,
Oh
it's
god,
here!
that was a ledge!
I killed someone!
There was no platform there. I just walked off the edge.
Nice, suppressing fire.
You were suppressing fire on no one. I want you to know that.
Yeah.
No one was alive.
No. There's someone there. They don't know that.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Fair
the-
enough. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, there's someone there. Totally, 100%. Trust me.
Okay, don't worry. I've got my Desolate Space M4A4 now.
Yeah. Try killing it perma in Task Manager. It could be a background extension that didn't close properly for OBS, especially on CS, a known resource-hungry game on CPU. Oh no, coffee!
I got 36. I was really struggling to move my cursor up the right amount.
Nugget! I did my.
He 1D'd you.
That's a one. Oh, that's a 1D. It's okay.
Juan Dig.
They 1D someone in 280 ping. Correction, 220.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, all good, all good. No, I can play with Nagif. With Nagif, I don't care about ping.
Oh, there we go. I started OBS and it worked now.
Nice. Oh. They are suddenly so stonk.
I am ready to get ripped apart by CSGO gamers. Oh, sorry, CS gamers.
Yeah, it's okay.
Wait, we're going? Nova, Desert Eagle.
Where'd you go? Oh.
we're gonna 1D.
All right, I trust your 1D. 1D.
They're coming this side, I think.
I'm looking. Oh.
Wait, no, they're on the other side.
Wow. At least it's close.
I'm flanking.
You got this. I'm gonna go frontal assault. I'm dead.
I definitely did not flank. I don't know this layout at all.
It's okay. I also don't know. I just follow the arrows. Okay. Oh wow, that's not casual. This is so
confusing. This map is so confusing.
That's not casual. They know the map layout. You know what? I trust my dual handgun. I'm gonna use that.
Are they ever gonna go this side? Oh,
probably not. Are they? Ooh.
No, they're not.
Oh, I have bomb though.
It was just footsteps. Wait, there is someone here.
Whee. Do I burn them? Who wants fire? Oh, crap.
And they're on the other side again.
Is that we got baited every time? Wait, no, there's someone here.
These angles, I dinked him. There's only one left.
I'm defusing the bomb.
Oh, and he got me.
I'm defusing the bomb! Yeah! Yeah!
Let me see if I can get this to actually stream.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
It's not capturing.
Is it not?
No. What if I do a window capture?
Oh, I've been using display capture for the longest time.
It's gonna have to be A with A broken then. You'll have to go on without me.
It's okay, we understand.
Okay, wait, I'll drop in real quick to save you because obviously, you know,
I'm dead.
People are struggling.
Yeah, avenge me! Oh.
Okay.
Avenge me!
I just wanted to, you know.
Yeah, contribute.
Real quick so I could.
Wait, I thought you
get back to working on stuff.
I thought you were gonna avenge me.
No, that's not what I was planning to do.
Aww.
Okay, I'm gonna start streaming. I'm pressing it. I've gone live.
Hi.
I haven't gone live apparently.
Did it just lie to you?
It's just frozen. I don't think it likes Counter-Strike.
I don't think OBS does like Counter-Strike, to be honest. It's weird. Oh damn, someone just killed 3 guys.
Hold on, I'll just eagle again. I can win.
I killed someone with a bomb.
That's crazy.
They're really good with the AK. Yeah, I have been avenged. See, the thing is, I can look at the map, but I don't know how to explain where they are.
Oh, what?
Whoa!
Where? Where was he? That scared me.
Looks like it's from like 2nd floor or something.
My heart.
I know.
Yeah, I pressed go live and my OBS crashed.
Oh.
This game is really bad.
No,
for
no.
my computer.
It's good. It's good. For everyone's
No,
computer.
It does not like this.
You have to what's the word? Leave. That's good. Someone died. They're just constantly throwing things at me, I feel like. Oh, they know where I am.
Oops, that's not what I meant. I was moving down and I threw an incendiary.
Oh. Are they gonna do a reversal?
Dude, ah!
Yeah.
They're everywhere.
It's the ambush.
It scared me.
This game is a horror game. Fitting for a spooky man.
Gonna work. Oh, it worked! I'm live! I'm live!
Oh, Coffee's life. Wow, Coffee's life.
It
Wow.
happened!
Yeah, it's Coffee.
I don't know where I'm going. I just picked a direction.
Just randomly go. It's all good.
I don't even have my chat open.
All good.
Hold on, let me
What?
open it.
What if someone's in your chat? You cannot just ignore
I know.
them. You cannot ignore your chatters.
Okay, now I have my chat open, but I haven't announced my stream.
Ooh, hooray for being live! Heck yeah! We got this, right? Oh. Wow, nice.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah. I didn't look. Wait, we won.
Okay. Yeah, we did. We did.
Yay.
All right, let me announce my stream. Oh my goodness, I wasn't expecting to go live so soon.
I'm the clickbait. It says most deaths 12. I tried. Hello to Coffee stream. I can do one more.
There, I've announced my stream.
Yay. Stream is live.
Mirage.
Wait. I want to be bad. I want to be bad.
Okay, we are bad now.
Okay, we're bad. We're bad. We're gonna do crimes.
Oh wait, this is the one we started on.
Oh, nice. I know this map, I think.
Yeah. We're cracked at this map. This is our map.
Yeah, we know this map from the everywhere, every corner.
I'm so
we
laggy.
know. Who? Me?
Me. Oh, you're camping there. Okay.
Oh, am I? Oh shit! I'm gonna jump down.
Ah. They're all on A. Ah.
What is this gun? It's a sniper? Yay!
every
There's
time I
someone.
stroke
How do you sniper? I killed someone with a sniper. I killed. Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to ping that. I pressed wrong button. Guess I killed someone with a sniper.
Ah! There's so many people.
Where are you?
In
It's
A.
okay. It's okay. Just
Every time I'm like, oh, I've seen someone, and then there's someone else. Ah.
okay, it's just warming out. Oh no, it's a 6v5.
Okay.
We got this. I keep pressing the wrong button.
Okay, we're going B, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh no, the AFK guy's got the bomb.
No, cut him. Cut him.
Okay, he's going up mid.
All right.
Bomb guy's going up mid. I'll be his escort. 1D everything.
All right. I'm gonna Rambo with dual handgun.
Okay, we're going A.
Yeah. And I'm not trying to Rambo them.
Messed up my angle. No.
Who? Where?
Hi, Figu. I'm doing good. This game's so scary.
This game's been bullying Poppy for the longest time.
One of the CTs is AFK in spawn.
Oh, let's go.
Go and get him.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Come here, come here.
No, it's not CS:GO. It's CS2. It's CS2.
Yeah, it's CS2.
Oh, now I can buy stuff. I want to buy this.
I got negative.
I'm going. I'm bomb. I'm bomb. I choose where go. Why is everyone going B?
I'm following dragon. I'm following dragon. Even though dragon is now camouflaged as pufferfish. I have a bomb. I'm gonna throw one bomb. I'll give it to them. Look at that. Yikes. I'm going up. I'll be your shield.
Oh, that was not the right person to shoot.
Where are they?
Okay. Oh,
yikes.
I'm not good. Hi, Kiev. 5v7. We're doing casual. When we played competitive, I got disconnected immediately and then cooldowned and backbanned and everything bad happened.
Gonna love the best games that is Counter-Strike 2.
It's this is CS2, not CS:GO. It's like a newer CS:GO.
They just changed the engine, right? According to Jade.
I think they did a bit more than that though. They upgraded some stuff.
Probably. Oh. Ooh.
Oh, we're gonna win! We're gonna win!
Oh, wow!
Oh, look, I got an assist. I got an assist.
Nice. We win. This game's itchy. I don't even need to shoot that. I got the bomb.
I'm gonna do it.
I got the bomb.
1D.
Alright, B. Everyone's B. B.
That's not B. They're going mid.
Alright, okay, mid. Oh,
That's a really strange choice.
I mean, considering we have a person named Sex, literally.
Ooh. We're gonna win.
Yeah. Please, Kobo has a bomb. Be nice. It's just a bomb. I killed someone. Oh, yikes.
God!
Oh wow, they suddenly...
Yeah, it's free.
No, it's not. Oh wait, it is
What,
free.
CS2?
Sorry.
It is free.
It is free. My bad.
Okay, bomb is standing still.
All right, it's okay. It's okay. He's gonna think about it for a little bit. It's okay, guys. You know what gun I got?
Okay, bomb is going up.
Negative. Oh, negative down. There's a lot of red dots, but I don't know how to
Okay, I think
explain
we're
it.
going down. Oh, I think we're going A. I can't tell what he's trying to do.
I think he's just trying to kill.
Oh no, I got 59. You said you were going to do something today, but I cannot remember what it was. You said you were going... Performance test, that's what I... Oh man, what the heck? Okay, I'll do that later. I promise, I promise. You can always trust my promises.
I trust your promises. Oh.
Big sad.
8621. Nice.
Yo.
Hey.
I've got the bomb!
You got
Everyone
the
has
bomb.
to follow me. We're going to rush. We're going to rush.
I'm following.
Rush B.
Rush B. Yeah, I like that.
With Nova.
I got you. I got you. I got you. Nuh-uh, nuh-uh, nuh-uh. You don't... I got... Did I got your C4? I don't think I got
Why
your
is there a
C-
lot of dude? Yeah, I know, it's so confusing, isn't it? There's so many people here.
Can they just kill me there? Wow. I'm gonna wait for a little bit. And I'm gonna go in.
Is Kobold friendly?
Yay! Oh, ow. I'm going in!
You can do it, you can do it!
I'm going in!
No!
No! I tried. I got your bomb though. In a more dangerous place. Oh wait, I didn't get your bomb.
Yay. Oh.
Next task, take down sniper with a knife.
Okay, we need to up our game.
I'm trying.
We need to up our game right now.
Yeah.
Let's do a Deeg. Easy.
Yeah, I got a shotgun. Also, hi
Wait,
coffee
I
chat.
didn't mean to drop down. Hi Thunderbird. Wait, the bomb's going mid. Okay, I'm gonna go connect it.
I'm following.
Wait, no, underpass.
I cannot see anything.
Is that what this is called?
Oh,
Yeah, this
yikes.
is underpass.
Yikes. Can I jump up here? No. Oh, yikes. Yikes. I'm getting shot, but I don't know where I'm getting shot, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know where I get shot from either.
I don't know what I'm doing. This place is scary. I just want my shinies. Help. How about we go B? How about that? Ah! Okay, yeah, no.
Rest in peace.
Kobo down.
Kobo down.
No, not the Kobo. It's okay, we got this.
Man.
Yeah.
It's because I'm impersonating Dr. G, isn't it?
Oh yeah, you are not bringing your full game because you're a pufferfish. It's okay.
I'm a pufferfish.
Look at this. I'm going in dual handgun. We're gonna win this time. You know what? What's better than one gun? Two guns. Am I right or am I right?
Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Oops. It was a good ping.
Oh, I didn't plant it. Oh my god, E61 got me.
Yo.
Yo, no. I was trying to
No!
plan.
How did I miss? I moved my cursor out of him. I know. The goal I missed. Yeah, that is. It's Tylra.
No, it's Tylra.
Tylra.
Okay, fine.
Tylra.
Yeah. Honestly, both works.
TB Blubra.
Nah, not that one. Not the TB Blubla.
TB Blubla.
I got a new name.
I name you. I dragon you Kobo.
No. Oh. But I don't want TB Blubla.
TB Blubla.
Okay, fine. That's actually kind of cute.
Tylra.
Tylra.
Don't worry, we're gonna win because Deagle.
Alright. I trust you.
1 Deag up mid, easy peasy.
Okay, dual handgun still. Alright, I still trust this. Okay. I'm going full serious mode because I have
I died.
I have two guns. We dropped the bomb. Well, were you the
let's
bomber?
spectate E61. Yeah, I'm bored of E61.
Oh. Who are you spectating?
Hi Narix.
Oh, Narix is there. Hi, Narix.
I got headbats from Narix.
Oh, how about me?
Careful, there's fire. You're not fire immune.
Yeah, I have fluff. It's very dangerous.
Oh, thank you, Thunderbird.
Yeah.
I know, Fagul, don't fucking clip me missing when he was dead in the center of my crosshair.
Yes, clip it, clip it. Yeah, that's pooping coffee. It's okay, he doesn't know.
Hi, Flame.
Coffee doesn't know.
I'm very good at this game.
You are?
I've already been banned.
For being too good?
I'm too good. I have my system time desynced. That was enough to ban.
Being forced to sync. Oh.
Everyone's got orbs now.
Yeah, this is what I mean with casual. People just buy AWP and it's just like pew from the next
Don't
town.
worry, I can win.
I believe.
I can win because I have AK and flashbang.
What if I try sniper in 220 ping?
Let's go A.
No, I'm not gonna do that. 220 ping sniper? Maybe not, maybe not.
Oh, right, orbs. Those are everywhere.
They can all see me through my 220 ping.
True.
Yeah.
You're invisible.
I am 5 seconds ahead. They have no idea.
Oh man.
I tried.
They must be cheating. There's no way.
Yeah. They need to get banned.
Trust me. Just you wait and wait. What? We're kicking someone.
Natalia? Who? Oh, Natalia is AFK? Oh, nope, it's not AFK anymore. Hi, Ingrid.
I don't want to kick someone.
Yeah, I'm not about kicking someone. Look at that.
Go away.
Look at that. They're gonna bring back this whole. Okay, maybe not.
I'm being beaten up.
So if So if 621 is here, now we just need to find Mean Dragon, Fur Affiliation, Borg, and Telnogram. Sounds about right.
Okay, where is everyone going? Where's the bomb going? Why is the bomb always AFK?
Cut him! Cut him! Cut him! Cut him. It's okay. We can. We don't need the
Okay,
bomb. We just need to kill them.
Oh, he dropped the bomb because he was AFK. Oh, he picked it up and now he's going B. Oh my goodness. Okay, wait.
Yeah, we go.
No, he's going A. Okay.
Okay, okay. Yeah. Sure. Who is your friend? That's Coffee Makes Stuff, who is also streaming currently. I will be your shield. I will be your shield, Coffee. Look at this.
Hold on, no, wait, don't be my
Going
shield.
in. Yeah. Oh, that's how. Oh, that one is not dead. The person below the stairs is not dead. I thought that's a dead body. I was like, how did the dead body shoot?
So they're down here?
Yeah. Very close. You're missing every shot. You're like shooting.
Ah! Orb again.
No.
I have been killed by an orb for the past 5 rounds.
Narik says your stream died. On my chat.
My stream died?
Yeah. Counter-Strike is
oh
too
my
strong.
Goodness, why did it die? Dude, it's my OBS keeps crashing.
Yep. Hi, Fugo. No, Fugo is here. I got the bomb. Kobo has the bomb.
I can't play this game on stream. It just crashes my OBS. I don't know why.
Guys, I got the bomb. Trust me, we're going... I don't know.
I'll go live in a minute. When I stop playing this game. Because it kills my stream.
Yeah. This game is great. This game is perfect. Ow. I got one hit.
No.
See,
Right
this
under
game.
bed.
This game is great. It's perfect. Oh, is that it? Oh, look, we won.
Okay, now I have to quit this game so I stop crashing my stream.
I mean, I cannot play anymore too. I need...
Kept breaking everything.
This game is perfect. It doesn't break anything. It says win, right, Fugo? Yeah, see? A Kobo don't know how to read. Don't worry about it. That's win. Red means bad? Nah, red's good.
I'm alive, kind of.
You're alive?
It was really nice playing with you.
Yeah. I would... Maybe we could do this some of the time.
Hopefully. Maybe if it improves its situation.
Yeah, hopefully. If not, we're just gonna get fact banned again.
Yeah.
Fact ban, 30 minutes. Alright, let me close this game real quick.
Yeah, I'm launching Trackmania.
Nice.
It's my mum's birthday today, everyone. Say happy birthday to my mum.
Happy birthday to your mom.
That's right.
Yeah.
I'll pass it on.
Thanks. You don't mind if I direct the rate to you, right?
Oh, well, I mean,
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, I'm going in.
Yeah, I mean, if you must, you know.
Yeah, I must. just to, you know, I like dragons. Don't worry about it. I'll be back in the shadow. All right.
Hopefully this works.
I see you live.
Yeah. And we're in Trackmania.
Look at that. Oh, it's a card game. Nice.
Oh no. I'm not a puppy.
You might be.
We have to play more of this because I haven't got the best times in all of them. I have to get all of them. Yeah, no, I know Figgle. I said goodbye, but it was on the other stream because, you know.
Yeah. I'm gonna leave the voice chat first lah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bye coffee.
Bye.
The Jaguar is actually 3 Shiba Inus in the trench coat the whole time. I mean, probably. I don't know. Maybe. Shit, that was funny as hell. I kind of feel bad for Coffee. I just laughing at his demise. I just laughing at him, just like, oh, getting fact checked, fact everything. It's like, yeah. Because at the same time, I don't know how to help him. I kind of feel bad, but also kind of funny. But at least, you know, towards the end, everything kind of worked out. So hell yeah, we get to play a little bit. Well, since we already know who to rate, let me just do some plugs real quick because it's soon to be badminton time. I haven't eaten yet, so it's gonna be a bit of a problem, but it's okay. I'll manage. Here's heckin' Bernie. It's been a while. Hey Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Go take a break and eat. All right. Oh, but that sounds like you're gonna eat me though.
Why you bully me?
Oh, hi Pinky. Yeah, that's my socials in Discord. Discord is usually where where y'all know when I stream. So, yeah. Also, I just post a bunch of dragon stuff there. Also, some other friends that post a bunch of dragon stuff in the dragon sipping corner. So, if you fancy that, yeah. Feel free to join, definitely. So, yeah, I appreciate all of you. I'm gonna go get dinner really quick, like a very light dinner before I go play badminton. Yes, food. Yeah, it's okay. I'm not too. Discord is fantastic dragon times. Yeah, I need to post more. Just got a little busy these days because my dad's in hospital, and yeah, mostly just my dad's in hospital, but seems like it's for the better because everything seems to be going upwards. So yeah, everything's good. So appreciate all of you. Let me time the rate real quick to coffee make stuff. Okay. I type into the read. I'm ready to read. Don't tell him, but I do think that coffee looks like a kobold. On what? Why? I don't know actually, but I feel like coffee looks like a just so adorable, you know. But don't tell him. He doesn't know that. Thanks for stream, was fun. Nice, good to know you had fun. I had a lot of fun too, and I'm more happier now. I'm trying to snap out. You look like a oh no, that's not the right message. Combos are ready to coffee combo. Oh no, what have I done? Okay, maybe not so straightforward as you look like a kobold, but kobolds are ready to coffee kobold shiny. That could imply anyone else. You know, I like that subtlety. I'll use that one for now. Alright, I type in the rate. So yeah, tomorrow see if I can manage to download, install Outlast in time, and we can play Outlast together. So at least that's my plan tomorrow. If not, probably do something else. Kobolds coming to get you coffee. This game's kind of short. They did mention it's gonna be like about an hour playtime. 30 minutes of circles is only one night. Yeah, it's a demo. It's very justified. Your coffee comes shiny, which we are not supposed to call you Kobo. Okay, you can use that. Okay lah. So I'm gonna go get dinner real quick. So before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. I'm using that one, I guess. No, I'm using a normal one. Right, know that you guys are loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Love y'all, okay? And here comes the way to a coffee. We have a technical difficulty. Ah, yeah, I saw that. What do you mean invalid username? What did coffee do?
Yep.
Okay, coffee stream died again. Oh no, it's back. It's back. Yeah, it's back.
Yep, yep.
Oh, poor coffee. God damn it! This ad break now. I didn't get a chance to snooze it. All right, I'm gonna rate. Here comes the rate. All right, go.
Yep.
Rate message. I'm using this one. I know this ad break currently. I'm sorry. I fucking Twitch just like ad break every time. It's weird. That looks like a cool game. It looks like Coffee's PC's struggling. Alright, I'm gonna rate, so I pressed the rate now button because I need to go get dinner real quick. Alright, so see you guys tomorrow. Love y'all. Smooches. Bye bye.